So let me challenge you here. Try to steel man some critics. So you have critics. Uh, uh, I would love you to take it seriously and sort of consider this criticism and try to steel man their case. There's a bunch. I could mention this list of criticisms from Bob Ward in London School of Economics. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but just on this point, in terms of one of the big costs being on energy, he criticizes your recent book in saying you consider the 143 billion in annual support for renewable energy, but ignore the 300 billion in fossil fuel subsidies. So a lot of the criticism has to do with, well, you're cherry picking the models, which the models are all cherry picking anyway. But you want to take those seriously. So he claims that you're not fully modeling the costs, the trade-off here. How expensive is the renewable energy and how expensive is the fossil fuel? Can you steel man's case?
Sure. So two things. The first, the quote, it's absolutely true that the world spends a large chunk of money on fossil fuels, and that's just stupid, and we should stop doing it. We should also recognize that this is not rich countries. This is not countries where we're talking about climate change. This is poor countries. This is Saudi Arabia. That's actually not a terribly poor country. It's China. It's Indonesia. It's Russia. It's places where you're basically paying off your population, just like if you subsidize bread, you make sure that they don't rebel by making cheap fuels available. That's dumb, but it's like they don't know what they're doing. They're mostly doing this for things that have nothing to do with climate. So I totally agree we should get rid of it. It's hard to do. Indonesia's actually somewhat managed to get rid of it, because remember, if you spend a lot of money on fossil fuel subsidies, you're basically subsidizing the rich, because poor people don't have a car. It's the rich people who can now buy a very cheap gasoline. That's unjust as well. So it's dumb in so many different ways. I would never argue that you shouldn't do it. I've plenty of times said we should stop that. But we should also recognize these are mostly regimes that are not going to be taken over either by my argument or Bob Ward's or anyone else's. They're doing this for totally different reasons. Now, on the model side, there's virtually no model that don't show economic model that don't show this has a cost. And that's the fundamental point is that this is sort of a basic point from economics. The system is already working most effectively, because if it wasn't, you could actually make money changing over. So if you want to have a change outside of what the system is already doing, it's because you're saying you have to do something that you rather not want to do, and we use an energy source that is less convenient or less cost effective, and so on. And that will incur a cost. Now, there's huge discussion about just exactly how much cost is that. So there's definitely cost. Is the cost going to be 1 or 5 trillion? That's absolutely a discussion about where do you take your models from. I try to do, and again, this is not possible everywhere, I try to actually take the average of all of the economic models. So there's a group called the Stanford Energy Modeling Forum, which tries to pull together all these different groups that do the modeling. So some models, a lot of this cost actually comes down to the fact that we don't quite know how much more fossil fuels you're going to need in the future. And so if your projections are you're not going to use that much, the cost of reducing it is going to be very small. If you think you're going to use a ton of extra fossil fuels and you have to reduce that, the cost is going to be bigger. So I think
that's just one of the variables.
And
there's many more.
I think the point here is to say that if you take the average of all the best models of sort of aggregated, for instance, of the Stanford Energy Modeling Forum, you're pretty secure ground. And so again, I would argue that Bob Ward, I've had a lot of run-ins with Bob Ward, and he has a very different set of views on things. But I just don't think he's right in saying that I'm cherry picking.
Well, yes, and I mean he also has similar criticism about the estimate of the EU cost of climate action based on the NOP 2013 model. But ultimately, these criticisms have to do is like, what are the sources for the different models?
And just very briefly, I mean, I'm I think most of Ward's argument is not a good faith effort to sort of improve on these estimates. He's right in saying some of these estimates, we only have a few estimates, and yeah, I'd like to have more of them. One thing I should mention is that there's very little interest in general, and there's very little funding in finding out how much do our climate policies cost, because that's just inconvenient to everyone.
Yeah.
In the whole game, who wants to know that for instance, would you want to fund something that says that the Inflation Reduction Act is not going to be very effective? Of course, you don't want to do that, right? So again, it's a little bit, flock of birds will look at something else. And what I think is that given that we're paying for it at the end, this is public money. We're deciding we're going to spend money here rather than there. Let's at least look at what are the best estimates out there. I would love to have more estimates. More estimates is always better.
And just a quick comment on the good faith part. Me as a consumer looking for truth, it's hard to find who's good faith and not. So it's not only are you looking for sort of accurate information, you're also trying to infer about the communicator of that information.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult. It's
and you put me on the podcast. Of course, I'm going to say I'm a trustworthy guy.
Well,
but yeah,
and we believe we're trustworthy too. But been reading for various reasons, but mostly because I've been traveling to Ukraine and thinking and just about the people's suffering through war. I've been reading a lot about World War II and Stalin and Hitler, and from the perspective of Hitler, he really believed he's doing good for the world, and he was communicating from his perspective in good faith. He started to believe, I think, early on his own propaganda. So your understanding and perception of the world completely shifted. So it's very, very, very difficult to understand who to trust. And just because it's consensus in a particular community doesn't necessarily mean it's a source of trust. So basically, I don't know how to operate in this world except to have a humility and constantly question your assumptions, but not so much that you're completely out in the ocean, not knowing what is true and not. So it's this weird world, because I ultimately, bigger than climate, my hope is to have institutions that can be trusted, and that's been very much under attack as part of the climate debate, as part of the COVID debate, as part of all of these discussions. And science, to me, is one of the sources of truth, and the fact that that's under question now is something that hurts me on many levels deeply.
You said something earlier that I took a note down here, and I can't find it, about cooperation. It was like collaborative cooperation or something like that.
Sure.
To me, there was a point like in 2013, after just dealing with everything you've been grappling with. What if you don't know how this is going to work out? What do you work on? And one morning I made a list of words that kind of summarize basically system properties that give you confidence in the system, trust, and transparency is one, just as you were saying earlier. Connectivity is another, so that everyone's connected. So on the subsidy issue, for example, there are young entrepreneurs in Nairobi who are selling ingeniously using Nairobi's digital currency, propane, the fuel that's in our backyard barbecue grills, which comes out of the gas wells, but it's a separate fuel, in little increments that poor people can use instead of charcoal. And LPG subsidies are helping them get people off of charcoal, which is a horrific trade from the source through the warlords in Somalia and elsewhere who are getting the money to the pollution in houses. So being sure when we're having these big debates about who the World Bank is going to give loans to, and drawing a simple line, no more fossil fuel subsidies, hurts a really good, valuable, small scale but scalable way to have people not die from cooking smoke in their houses and take down forests. But that only is considered if they're in a conversation. So connectivity, full connectivity, digital access. So those entrepreneurs are bringing a mix of people. When you're thinking about subsidies, you're not just thinking about Big Bad Exxon. You're thinking about this little company in Nairobi, Pago LPG, I think is the name. In India, the same thing. So you can list those properties and systems. And the IPCC wasn't originally transparent when I started writing about it in 1988, 1990. And now it's way more transparent. They have more public review. So it's even better than it was. It's like a really good example of a science process of assessing the science, providing periodic output to the world, and iteratively improving the model going forward because of critique, because of scrutiny, and finding better ways for that to interface with people so they have information they can use from that big thing. And the media, are not doing a good job because of this front page thoughtism. But we can all, I work partially in academia at Columbia on an initiative partially in communication innovation. Like, how can we have an open landscape of access to information that matters? What can you do to foster better conversations so that words like collapse aren't just thrown around like emeralds? And so system properties give you confidence, I think. And then you don't have to like be flailing around for Bjorn or Tom Friedman or Catherine Hayhoe. You can always right now find your character hollow. But I think what would be better is if you actually develop some skills to just have a basic ability to know how to cut to the chase.
Can I just follow up on that? Because one of the things that I try to do, and so my day job is actually something else. I work with a think tank called the Copenhagen Consensus, where we work with more than 300 of the world's top economists, and we've worked with 7 Nobel laureates in economics. And the point there is really to talk about where can you spend $1 and do the most good for the world. That's basically the thing that we try to do. And as you rightly point out, look, there are lots of different estimates of what can you do, for instance, on climate, what can you do on tuberculosis, what can you do for vulnerability in all kinds of different ways. And if these were all sort of, well, you can spend $1 here and do 2.36, you can spend $1 here and do 2.34 over here, I would worry a lot. But that's not how the world works, because we're terribly inefficient. So there are literally lots and lots of amazing things you can do out there.
There's a lot of low-hanging fruit.
And there's a lot of not terribly great things that you can do. And unfortunately, one of the things that I try to sort of battle is that, we get a lot of things right. That's why, the world is a lot better than what it used to be. But the things that are sort of left over are often, the boring things that happen to be incredibly effective and the exciting things that are often not that terribly effective. And so I think one way to look at this is basically to have people do cost benefit across a wide range of areas. And we try to get a lot of different economists to do this, and they come up with different numbers and different models and different results. But if you sort of consistently get that some things give you, in tens or maybe even hundreds of dollars back per dollar, remember, this is not actually you getting rich, it's the world getting rich. It's the world gets better, worth $100 for every dollar you spend. And over here, you can spend $1 and do somewhere between 30 cents and maybe a couple of dollars. You should probably be focused on the other opportunity first. And that's really the point that I try to make with climate. There are some smart things we can do, and I hope we get to talk about them in climate. But there's also a lot of sort of the standard approaches to fixing climate. Turns out to be very likely below $1 back at $1, and certainly not terribly high. Even if you're very optimistic, it'll be like 2 or 3. Whereas many other things are just fantastically better investment.
Like the thing I've been advocating, a modest proposal to eat the children of the poor in England. Was that in Jonathan Swift's modest proposal from a few centuries ago? So it's not just cost benefit; it's also in the context of what is moral and not all that. Well, the full complexity of it.
You just hit on something really important. Having been on this beat for so long, and again on the disaster beat as well, with quakes, I can't tell you how many disaster science experts keep telling me, like everyone says, preparedness, invest for preparedness. A strict cost-benefit analysis will always tell you $1 invested in resilience before a community gets hit by whatever is worth 10, you'll always have to spend 10 after. And so it's fine to do the cost benefit stuff, but it's just the baseline. Then you have to look at the social science, which shows, or history, which shows you how few times we do it. It's like we just don't do it. Therefore, you can bang that drum. Your work is valuable, but it's really constrained. Because show me in the world where this does happen, and then how you turn that success, which is basically something not happening, into a story.
Just very briefly, we try to, so we do this for a lot of countries. So we did it for Haiti, for instance, funded by the Canadian Development Ministry, because they were basically saying we spent $1 billion in Haiti since the earthquake, and we really can't tell the difference. So they wanted to find, they actually say that, right? And so they said, we want to find out what are the really smart things you can do in Haiti. And so we together with lots, people in Haiti and all the, the business community, the political community, the religious community, and labor community, and everybody else, what are the smart things to do? And then we had economists evaluate it, and there are a lot of these things that everybody wanted that were not all that smart. There's actually a lot of smart things. And yes, the politicians didn't pick most of them. So our sense is we try to give people, you're thinking about these 70 things, you should actually just think about these 20 things,
Right.
and then we consider ourselves incredibly lucky if they actually do one of them.
So you wrote the book How to Spend $75 billion to Make the World a Better Place. So can we just list some of the things? Like if you got $75 billion, how do you spend it?
Right, so there's some incredibly good and very, very well documented things that you can spend money on. So we have two big infectious diseases that almost nobody think about because we only think about COVID. But tuberculosis used to be the world's biggest infectious disease killer. It still kills about 1.5 million people every year. But the reason why we don't, really worry about it is because we fixed it 100 years ago. We know how to fix it. It's just basically getting medication to people. It's also about getting them to take it when they're sort of been cured, because you need to take it for 4 to 6 months, and that's actually hard to do. So you also need to incentivize that in some kind of way. It turns out it's incredibly cheap to basically save almost all of the 1.5 million people. These are people that die in the prime of their lives. They're typically parents, so it also has a lot of knock-on effects. And basically, we find for a couple $1 billion, you could save the vast number of these. Not all of them, but you could save the vast number of them. It would also improve outcomes in all kinds of other ways. Likewise with malaria, it has somewhat better PR.
It's funny to think of malaria as PR, tuberculosis not. They need to improve their PR.
Well,
Those mosquitoes with a good PR.
By far the biggest infectious disease that got good PR, if you will, was HIV, right? And I'm not trying to compare it and say, it's worse or better to have HIV than to tuberculosis or anything. But I'm simply saying we are underfunding because it doesn't really get the public attention. We just, we don't.
But spending money on that has, in terms of benefit, a much bigger impact.
So every dollar you spend on TV will probably do about $43 worth of good. So it'll do an amazing amount of good, basically because it'll save lives, it'll make sure parents stay with their kids and be more productive in their communities, and it'll have a lot of knock-on effects. And it's incredibly cheap to do. Same thing with malaria. Malaria is mostly mosquito nets that we need to get out.
And you're saying, just to contrast with climate change, the dollar you spend on, no, not climate change, but decreasing emissions does not come close to the $43 benefit.
No, nobody would ever argue that. So very, very enthusiastic climate advocates would probably say it'll do $2 or $3 worth of good for every dollar. So it's still worthwhile to do. That's what they would say. I would argue, and I think a lot of the evidence seems to side that way, that a lot of the things that we're doing deliver actually less than $1 back. But it's certainly not nearly the same kind of place. But there's many, many other things, and just if you'll allow me to.
Yes, please. I love this.
But there's lots of other things. For instance, e-procurement. So it's incredibly boring. So most developing countries, well, actually most governments, spend most of their money on procurement. It's typically incredibly corrupt. So we did this project for Bangladesh, where
Can you explain procurement?
yes, so that's government's buying stuff. So a large part of the government revenue is spent on buying anything from post-it notes to roads. And obviously, roads are much more expensive. It's mostly infrastructure stuff. Hugely corrupt. For instance, in Bangladesh, it would already been decided among the ruling elite in that local area who's going to get this. So they'll have this bidding competition where you have to hand in an envelope, a sealed envelope with your bid on it. But you put a goon outside the office, so you literally physically can't get in with your bid. Now, what we found, and this is, I'm not claiming any sort of ownership to this. A lot of smart people have done this way before. We're just simply proving that it's a good idea. It turns out that if you put this on eBay, essentially, so if you do an e-procurement system where bidders can come in, suddenly it becomes harder to put up the goon. You can still do it, but it's harder to do it. It also means you get bids from all over Bangladesh. And in general, you'll get bids from all over. It actually turns out you get better quality, but most important is you get it much cheaper. So basically, you can simply save money. So we did a scaled experiment in Bangladesh where we had about 4% go to the e-procurement, and you could compare what it would have cost and then what it did cost. And the average reduction was, as I remember, 7%. And the finance minister loved it, because that basically gives them a lot more money, or you can buy more stuff at the same cost.
How it gives the corruption?
So it's basically you get rid of some corruption. There'll still be corruption, but less corruption. Ukraine has actually been big on this.
I talked to the digital transformation minister. It's kind of incredible. I mean, this is before the war, but still working. It's like the entirety of the government is in an app.
Mm-hmm.
And that one of the big effects is the reduction of corruption. And not like from what politicians say, to say we've taken these actions to reduce corruption. No, literally it's just much more difficult to be corrupt.
Yeah.
The incentives aren't quite there, and there's friction for corruption.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So basically, you can spend a little bit of money, and you can make a huge benefit. There's still about 70 countries that haven't gone e-procurement. So obviously, they should do that. Food for small kids, another thing. So, basically, it's morally wrong that people are starving, but it also turns out that it's a really, really dumb thing not to get kids good food. Because if you get them good food, their brains develop more, so that when they get into school, they learn more, and so when they come out in adult lives, they're much more productive. So we can actually make every kid especially in developing countries, much more productive by making sure they get good food. So getting good food is not cost free. So it probably costs about $100, both in you need some have directed advertisement. You need to make sure that you actually get some of the food out there, that you help the families, and you also make sure you don't just give it to everyone, because then it becomes a lot more expensive. If you do that right, it costs about $100 per kid.
But for kids,
for 2 years, so for their first 2 years of life. And if you do that, you then get a benefit in that they become smarter and go longer to school, and they actually learn more and they become more productive of $4,500. Remember, this is far out into the future. So this is discounted. The benefit is actually much higher. This is one of the things that we also have a conversation about in climate change, because when you talk about climate change, costs and benefits, all the costs are now and all the benefits are in the future. But it's just like that in education. All the costs are now, all the benefits are far into the future. And if you try to do that right, and that's a whole other conversation we could have, then it turns out that for every dollar spent, you do $45 worth of good. Again, remember, about a third of all kids that go to school right now just don't learn pretty much anything. And if we could make them more productive in the school system, we have another proposal on how to do that in the school system. But by just simply making sure that they're smarter when they get into school. We've been focusing so much on making the education system better, which is really hard. But it's actually really easy to make the kids smarter.
Then when you say the education system is not working well, that's we're talking about not the American education system. We're talking about globally.
We're talking about globally. So about a third of the teachers in developing countries have a hard time passing the tests of the things they have to teach their students, right? And all these students have lots of other issues. They need to do farm work. They're constantly considering, should I just go out and start working instead? There's constant disruption. There's a lot of teachers that don't show up in India. You have this absurd situation where all the teachers are basically paid and hired for eternity for the rest of their lives, and so not surprisingly, a lot of them decide not to show up. So now they've hired assistant teachers that basically have taken up. So they're paying, for I think it's 7 million teachers. That I'm not saying they're not all not working, but a lot of them are not working as much as they should. And we've now hired another 7 million teachers that will eventually stop working as well. They're working much better right now because they're not on permanent contracts, but eventually they'll get a permanent contract, and you have the same problem again. There's lots of these issues, and it's just simply about saying we can't fix all problems, but there are some problems that are incredibly easy to solve, and there are some that are incredibly hard to solve. Why don't we start with solving the easy and effective ones? And this, of course, bears on that whole conversation on climate change, because in some ways, that's also Andy's point of saying, well, if you want to save people from the impacts of hurricanes, let's fix the simple, easy things about vulnerability first. Whereas we have somehow latched onto this, let's fix the hardest thing to do, which is to get everyone to stop using fossil fuels, which is basically what's driven the last 200 years of development. That's a tall order, no matter how you look at it.
There's some really cool elements that you guys just brought up. You mentioned that word moral before. I latched onto it because it relates to these timescales that really are immeasurable. If you know it's going to take decades to confirm the benefit of some investment now, that implies you're doing the investment with some moral imperative, not because you can do a spreadsheet and come up with a number. And that process, letting go of the need for kind of a mechanistic cost-benefit approach, thinking about kids' education in poor countries, or several things we talked about, seems to be really important, and it's very hard for all of us to do. Philanthropists stuck at it. I worked at National Geographic Society for a year building some new programs when they got a big infusion of money. They have a whole department that's called M&E, Measurement and Evaluation, which is if you don't prove it, it goes away. I mentioned Spotify earlier, Spotify killing a climate podcast, because that podcast didn't measure out for their impact, what they want to do. And if we're always making judgments based on strict cost benefit, we're going to miss larger realities. Another thing is, a really exciting example that we're talking about in terms of in Ukraine with the trust and lack of less corruption and stuff, was in India. For all of his issues, Modi recognized that middle-class people in India cook on LPG, propane, or on piped gas, natural gas if they're in cities. Much cleaner, much healthier in so many ways. And actually, compared to like chopping down trees and cooking on wood, it's actually better for the climate, even though it's a fossil fuel. So he and others, there was an American scientist, Kurt Smith, who worked this all out. If you find a way, they were getting a subsidy. They had that energy subsidy. You were talking about that many poor countries subsidize energy just to stay in office, to make something cheap that everyone wants. But they wanted to shift the subsidy away from the middle class to the poor people who were cooking on firewood and dying young from pneumonia. And what the critical factor was India's digital currency. India went to digital economy. Very poor families there now. If you have a phone, that's your bank. And you could make the case to the public that we're going to be starting to shift your LPG, your propane subsidy to poor people. But we know they're poor. We know they're not just going to be using it behind that restaurant, which was, when it was a general subsidy. People were hoarding the LPG. And the system has worked. They've shifted a lot of capacity to cook on a clean blue flame that turns off and on in homes that previously where the woman would spend hours collecting firewood, smoky fire, cooking, clean the pots, and start all over again. But it's all built on trust, all built on the digital economy, and the same thing in Nairobi. So that excites me every day, with all the doomism. Just so people can literally take a breath, look for these examples that show the potential when you have a trustworthy system, when you have a clear path to making lives better. And then knowing, that kid having electric light as opposed to a kerosene lamp. We don't know how much that's going to improve his homework and lead to a better outcome. But we know from history that sometimes it does. Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General, the most powerful story I ever heard from a UN Secretary General was like 2012 when they were rolling out this Sustainable Energy for All initiative, which is not just climate, it's just getting people energy they need to survive and thrive. He was growing up in post-war Korea. Everything was broken, destroyed. Sadly, like so much of many parts of Ukraine. And he would do his homework by kerosene lamp. He said when he was studying for his finals, his mom would give him a candle. It was a brighter flame. Better grades, maybe. So you can check their head.
Hell of a story. So which for climate change, which policies work, which don't? Which are, when we look at this formula of $1 in, $45 out for climate change, what dollar in, what policies a dollar in, a dollar out are good, which are not?
So we actually did a whole project back in 2009 when the whole world circus was coming to Copenhagen, and we were going to save the world there. We brought together about 50 climate economists and 3 Nobel laureates to look at where can you spend a dollar to the most good for climate. And what they found was a lot of these things that we've been talking about before, that basically investing in the current sort of technology that we're trying very hard is at best a pretty dicey outcome. Much of it's probably less than $1 back in the dollar. There's some investments in adaptation, for instance, that's pretty good, but it's sort of $2-3 back in the dollar. The obvious thing is that you build the dike for sea level rise, or that you make people, you get some apps that people know that there's a hurricane coming, or that, so you can adapt.
Infrastructure,
Yes.
the physical and the digital.
Yeah. The point is that people are really good at doing this already because they have a strong incentive to do it. So the extra thing that governments can do outside is somewhat good, but it's not amazing. What we found by far the best investment in the long run was on investment in energy innovation. So, and I think this also sort of corresponds with what we would think in general. If we could innovate, so for instance, Bill Gates is arguing that we should have 4th generation nuclear, so the next more advanced than what we currently have in 3rd generation nuclear, which would be industrial scale process. You'd just be building the modular nuclear power plants. They would be, instead of being these artwork that we design once for every different plant, which is one of the reasons why they're so expensive, they would just be mass produced, and you'd have one, they would all be recognized in one go. So it'd be much cheaper. They would also be passively safe. So if all the power goes, they'll shut down rather than go boom. So that's another very good thing. And then they'll also be very hard to transform into nuclear weapons. So you can actually imagine them being out in a lot of different places where we can't feel a little worried about having plutonium lying around. Now, this is all still being worked out, but imagine if that comes out. And again, remember, the other 3 generations, we were also told it'll be incredibly safe, it'll be incredibly cheap, and it didn't turn out that way. So let's wait, but it could be. And so the argument is invest in these ideas. For instance, 4th generation nuclear. And if 4th generation nuclear becomes cheaper than fossil fuel, what's done? Everyone will just switch, not just rich, well-meaning Americans or Europeans, but also the Chinese, the Indians, everybody in Africa, the rest of Indian subcontinent. that's how you fix these issues, right? So the idea here is that instead of thinking that we can sort of push people to do stuff they really don't want to do, which is basically saying let's use more of the solar and wind that you would otherwise have invested in, force people to buy an electric car by giving them huge subsidies because otherwise they're clearly not all that interested in buying it and so on. Then get the innovation such that they become cheaper than fossil fuels and everyone will get. This is how we solve problems we have. If you think in Los Angeles in the 1950s was hugely polluted place, mostly because of cars. The sort of standard climate approach today would be to tell everyone in Los Angeles, I'm sorry, could you just walk instead? And of course, that just doesn't work. That doesn't pay off. You never get, politicians voted in office, or at least staying in office, if you make that kind of policy. What did solve the problem was the innovation of the catalytic converter. You basically get those little gizmos and a couple of $100, put it on your tailpipe, and then you can drive around basically almost not polluted. And that's how you fix the air pollution in Los Angeles. Basically, we've solved all problems in humanity, all big, difficult problems with innovation. We haven't solved it by telling everyone, I'm sorry, could you be a little less comfortable, and a little more cold, and a little poorer, and believing that can go on for decades. And while it possibly works in some pockets of the U.S., and I think actually in large parts of Europe, at least, it used to, the war in Ukraine is definitely sort of changing that whole perspective. But there's a willingness to say, we're going to suffer a little, but then we'll fix this problem. But the point is, we're going to be willing to suffer a little, and so fix a tiny bit of the climate problem instead of actually focusing on innovation. So what we found was, if you spend $1 on innovation, you will probably avoid about $11 in climate damage in the long run, which is a great investment. And the terrible thing is, we have not been doing this. So because everybody's focused on saying we need the solutions within the next 12 years, it means you're not thinking about the innovation. We're actually spending less money, not more money, on innovation globally.
So everyone is focusing on reducing carbon emissions versus innovating on alternate energy.
You're basically focusing on putting the existing solar panels or wind turbines, which are either just about inefficient or inefficient, instead of making the next generation, or it's more like the 10th generation after that, that comes with lots of battery backup power, or fourth generation nuclear, or Craig Venture has this great idea. Craig Venture, he's practically back in 2000. He has this idea of growing algae out in the ocean surface. These algae, there'd be genetically modifiers, and they would basically soak up sunlight and CO2 and produce oil. Then we could basically just grow our own Saudi Arabia out on the ocean surface, and we harvest it. We keep our entire fossil fuel economy, but it now be net zero because we just soak up the CO2 out there.
$1 invested in a portfolio of different ideas.
Gives $11 back.
I first heard about that in the New York Times. It was one of my actual page one stories. In 2006, it was declining R&D in energy at a time of global warming. And the baseline is so low for this that it's super fucking. We were during the energy crisis, the 70s, the first energy crisis, the 70s, before the current one. Our annual spending in the United States in constant dollars on R&D, research and development for energy, was about $5 billion. And then it's just dribbled away since then. And recently now, there's a big burst of new money coming through these new bills that got passed. But what I was told over and over again by people in that arena is you can't just have these little bubbles of investment. You don't get young people away from thinking about Wall Street for jobs toward thinking about energy innovation if there isn't like a future there. And a lot of in the United States and Europe, the presumption was the way to that future was taxing carbon. Make that so punitive that you're basically evening the landscape for cleaner stuff that's more expensive. That has failed completely. There are little examples in Europe where it's working. And what's happened now is, well, the United States, this big chunk of money is designed to take us over a finish line that was started with not just innovation, but with the production efficiency too. This is one thing I got wrong, I think, a little bit in my reporting. I was so fixated on the innovation part, just because I love science too. I saw this untapped possibility that others were saying, no, production efficiency, the more people are producing batteries, the cheaper they'll get. This is Elon Musk's path and many others. And it really is both. So when you were talking about purchasing power for governments, for example, that can stimulate production capacity for batteries or whatever the good thing is and take you down faster. And it's all about getting that margin of the new thing of competing the old. And it's not just innovation. It has so many parts of the spectrum that need to be nurtured. And the other thing is relative cost. The United States, when I was writing about this in 2006, our budget for DARPA, the Advanced Research Project Agency for the Defense Department, just for science, was $80 billion a year. For health, for medical frontier research on cancers, $40 billion. Energy was 2 or 3. So we were taking this remotely seriously. So now that if we get that up, to me there's like this level. We're taking something seriously when it's like in the tens of billions for R&D. It's not that R&D will solve the problem, but it's a proxy for what we really care about. We care a shitload about defense. What's the defense budget in the United States now? Like $800 billion? It's some insane number.
Who's counting when you're having fun?
Yeah. And so innovation is not just like for the better, camera, the better solar panel, the better battery. Social innovation actually matters hugely. Like the guy in Nairobi I mentioned, with a company doing micropayment gas to get people off charcoal. We need that as much as this. And I interviewed Bill Gates. We had to spend an hour with him in Seattle in 2016. Because when he was rolling out his breakthrough energy thing. I guess it was 45 minutes me and Bill Gates. But I brought this up. I said, because he's all about the new nuclear thing that will solve the world's problems. And yes.
Well, he brought up nuclear, so I think.
Oh, he did. Oh, sure. Yeah.
So he's interested in one of the.
Oh, he's investing heavily in nuclear, but he invests in everything. But I brought up a guy I met in India who runs a little outfit called Celco, that they do really interesting, cool village to village. They're like an energy analyst will come to your house here in the States and tell you how to weatherize your house, but they do it at the village scale. And in a village that has, where they're milling wheat, they put in a solar-powered wheat mill. And, that's not going to solve the world's problems, but it gives them a way to control their energy. They don't have to buy something to grind their wheat. And that needs just as much attention as the things I really like to do, the cool technologies. And I thought I cornered Bill Gates. I was like, because he really does focus on these big wins, the big, like nuclear, that will make net zero completely doable. And I said, well, what about like New York City, where I was still living at the time, when New York, I said, it's got 1 million buildings. New York City has 1 million buildings. And in 2013, the Bloomberg government analyzed, they said, looking ahead to 2050, 75% of the buildings in New York City that will exist in 2050 already exist. Think about these brave new futures, right? They just kind of like come in, have these shiny, cool, passive house cities. And so I put this to Bill, and I said, so how do you do that? How do you retrofit all those boilers, many of which were coal-fired like 20 years ago, to get a zero-energy New York City? I kind of thought I had him. And then he kind of sat back and went, well, but if you have unlimited clean power coming into that city, what do you really matter?
It's pretty good, Bill Gates.
It was a good answer. I mean, it was a good answer. Yeah. He said, oh, yeah, it's a leaky bucket, but, pour it in zero carbon energy, then it doesn't matter. But I still think we have to figure out the other part, too. That end, how do you innovate at the household level, at the village level? It's much more of a distributed problem, we used to think. The one big change I've had in my own thinking, too, is from top down to distributed. Everything about the climate problem through the first 3 decades of my reporting was that the IPCC will come out with a new report, the Framework Convention, the treaty will get us on board, we'll all behave better. It has this like top-down, parent-child architecture, and everything's I've learned it's gone the other way. It's distributed capacity for improved lives. Kids getting through school, women not having to spend 3 hours collecting firewood, and if it means propane for that household in that context, that's a good thing. So stop with all your yammering about ending all fossil fuel subsidies. And what's an America look like that has some climate safe energy future? Find your part in that. Don't get disempowered by the scale of it. There's like 1,000 things to do when you start to cut it into pieces. So it's a very different, it's not a top-down thing. No one's going to magically come in
and that's what I think. So I agree that everyone should try to play their part and do whatever they can. But I also think just the sheer incentives. What we saw happening with shale gas is a great example.
Yeah.
When shale gas becomes so cheap that you just stop using coal, then you don't really have to convince lots and lots of people.
it just
coal
happened.
is really
It wasn't labeled a climate.
No,
It wasn't a climate thing. It was an energy thing.
It was totally, and the point is just the power of an innovation is that you almost don't see it anymore. It just happens, and I think that's really the only way we're going to fix these big problems. If you think about the nutrition problem back in the 60s, 70s, we worried a lot about India and other places. The solution is not worrying, or the solution was not us eating a little bit less and sending it down to India or wherever. The solution was the Green Revolution, right? It was the fact that some scientists made ways to make every seed produce 3 times as much, so you could grow 3 times as much food on an acre. And that's what basically made it possible for India to go from a basket case to the world's leading rice exporter. And that's how you do these things. You solve these big problems through innovation. And again, I'm not saying that, we're actually arguing a carbon tax is a smart thing to do. That's what any economist would tell you to do. But it also turns out that it's not going to solve most of the problem, and it's incredibly politically hard to do. So it may also just be the wrong sort of tree to bark up against. If you can do it, please do. But this is not the main thing that's going to solve climate. The main thing is that we get these innovations that basically make green energy so cheap everyone will just want it.
We mentioned nuclear quite a few times. There was for a long time. It seems to have shifted recently. Maybe you can clarify and educate me on this. But for the longest time, people thought that nuclear is almost unclean energy or dangerous energy or all that kind of stuff. When did that shift? What was the source of that alarmism? And what maybe is that a case study of how alarmism can turn into a productive, constructive policy?
Productive from whose standpoint?
Is it not? Is it not like nuclear?
No, I was trying to. You mean productive in terms of we banned it, or productive for what?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, I meant productive for human civilization.
The alarmism over nuclear power dominated any alarmism over global warming. Absolutely.
Really?
Oh yeah. Just in the United States, 3 Mile Island, then you have Chernobyl there, and the traditional environmental movement still won't go there. The big groups, NRDC, EDF, that whole alphabet soup of big greens, are reluctant to put forward the nuclear option because they know a lot of their aging donors basically grew up in thinking about nuclear as a problem, not the solution. I lived for the last 30 years. I moved to Maine recently. I lived in the Hudson Valley, 10 miles from the Indian Point nuclear power plant, which was built in the 60s, 70s, and had some problems. None of them were to the point of a meltdown or the threat of it, or even the theoretical possibility of one. I was in it twice as a reporter, looking down in the cooling pool. I can send you a fun video of bubbles in the cooling pool with rods. And progressively, they demonstrated how to handle waste. In the United States now, the waste is, because we haven't figured out how to move it across state lines, it's glassified. It's put into kind of containers that sit there at the plant. We just simply don't have a long-term solution. the Nevada politicians were successful in saying not here, not Yucca Mountain. But my wife, who I've been married to, I met 30 years ago, and she lives with me. She's an environmental educator. She was very happy when Cuomo shut it down. Said we're going to shut it down 3 or 4 years ago, which just happened a year. It actually is shut down now. It's being mothballed. And I was like, that sucks. We need yeah, we still love each other.
Oh. Environmentalists, so that just speaks to a lot of environmentalists still see nuclear as bad.
Oh, totally. You know, and you bring in the weapons proliferation issues, but it's a safety thing. It's a generational thing. I think young people are different. I hope these small modular reactor designs, several of which there's a couple of PhDs from MIT who did transatomic power. They're both like in their early 30s. We need so much more of them. And just briefly, the one thing I say about nuclear is there's so many of these things, like subsidies. Don't talk to me about yes, no nuclear. Talk to me about what do you want to do with existing nuclear power plants, and what do you want to do about the possibility of new ones. Let's parse this out in chunks that we can have constructive conversations about. That if no nuclear drives me crazy, just like no fossil fuel subsidies is silly in the world we inhabit that has pockets of no energy. So that's just my sustain what mantra is. Start with some dividing it and divide and conquer. To conquer the dispute over by saying, let's at least get real. This power plant has been in the Hudson Valley 30 years. It was the base load. It was base load. Base load is a real thing. And guess what has filled the gap since that power plant was turned off? Natural gas. And you don't hear that from the environmental community that was so eager to turn off the Indian Point.
I think both the point of saying that people are saying it's the end of the world, but no, I don't want a nuclear power plant. It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
And Andy's absolutely right to talk about. So existing nuclear power plants, we already paid for them. We already have them. We already committed to decommissioning them eventually. While they're running, they're pretty much the cheapest power you can possibly have on the planet because it costs almost nothing to run them day to day. So, it's basically cheap or almost free CO2 baseload power. There's just nothing there that doesn't you should embrace. Now, new nuclear power plants turn out to be very expensive currently. So, the one they built in Finland, some in the UK and France, several other places, turn out to be incredibly expensive. So they're much more expensive than the cost-based renewables you can imagine. So they're actually not a solution right now, and that's why we need the innovation. That's why we need the potentially fourth-generation nuclear power. It's just simply it's a bad deal, and that's why nuclear is never going to win on its third generation. Now it may never get there. Who knows? But it's certainly a possibility, and we should be looking into it.
And there are wonky realities that need to be dealt with. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission of the United States, their approval process is still locked and designed on this 50-year-old model of big giant power plants. There's an intense discussion right now about evolving a new regulatory scheme for small modular ones because of all these implicit advantages they offer. Along with the innovation, you need to have this get out of the way, or you're never going to have the investment. Yeah. So it really is an all of the above thing. Looking at these as systems problems, systems solutions is really important.
Let me ask you about Alex Epstein. So he wrote, I'm not sure if you're familiar with who he is, but he wrote a couple of books. It's just interesting to ask the question about fossil fuels because we're talking about reality. And he's somebody that doesn't just talk about the reality of fossil fuels, but he wrote a book, Moral Case for Fossil Fuels and Fossil Future, where he makes the case that, as his subtitle says, global human flourishing requires oil, coal, and natural gas, or more oil, coal, and natural gas, not less. What do you think about the argument he makes? So he pushes we've had this kind of, speaking of the center, of this balanced discussion of the reality of fossil fuels, but also investing a lot into renewable energy and that having the $1 to $11 return. So he says, like, well, I'm not sure exactly how to frame it, but like investing and maintaining investment in fossil fuels also has a positive return because of how efficient the energy is.
I've read the first book. Yeah, I haven't read. I've got his second one. I'm planning to have him on my webcast, my friend's webcast. No,
What's the name of the book?
Sustain what? Everything I do is sustain what? Because it's like, don't talk to me about sustainability. Sustain what? For whom? How? Then we're talking, interrogatory approach. So I think the valuable part of what he has done is to remind people, particularly in the West or North, whatever, the developing world, that everything we take for granted, from low fertilizer prices to air conditioning to everything else, exists because we have this bounty that we dug out of the ground or pumped out of the ground. It's a boon. It's been an amazing boon for society. Period. It starts there, which means going forward, what we're talking about is a substitution, or having your fossil fuels and eating it too, meaning getting rid of the carbon dioxide. If you focus on the carbon dioxide, which is the thing warming the planet, not the burning of the fuels, then that's another way forward that could sustain fossil fuels. As far as I can tell from at least the first book, he makes the moral case that fossil fuels are essentially a good overall. I don't think he adequately accounts for the need to stop global warming. I think that we have to slowing global warming is a fundamental need in this century we're in. And that's just not factored into his.
Well, I think that's where I had a few sort of offline conversations, and I think he said, because I mentioned I'm talking to the two of you, he said that that's probably where he disagrees about sort of the level of threat that global warming causes.
Well, Steve Quinlan is another one. He's a brilliant guy. He lived right close to me in the Hudson Valley. He was in the Obama administration energy department. It's Koonin. He wrote a bestseller that came out recently on skepticism about climate. There are other smart people who somehow feel we can literally adapt our way forward without any constraint on the gases changing the climate. And I spent enough time on this. I think I'm pretty level-headed with Porter when it comes to this issue. And I think having some sense that we can adapt our way into the world we're building through relentless climate change with no new normal. Remember, more gas accumulating in the air every year. These are not static moments. That's a good thing to do. Strike me as smart.
I'd probably say that I think it's more sort of at least the thing that I take away from Alex is the fact, as you point out, that we need to recognize that fossil fuels is basically the backbone of our society today. We get 80% of our energy from fossil fuels today.
Still, as we did 50 years
ago. Yeah. And people have no sense of this, right? Yeah. So they have the idea, because you see so many wind turbines and solar panels, and everybody's talking about that this is huge, big things. But the reality is, remember, only about a fifth of all energy use is electricity, and the rest is processes and heating, industrial processes, and so on. So actually, solar and wind right now produces 1% of energy from wind and 0.8% from solar. This is not a huge thing. It's a fairly tiny bit.
And growing explosively.
It's absolutely growing. But actually, it's growing slower than what nuclear was growing in the 70s and 80s, which I thought was a fun point, not by a little amount, by like 2 or 3 times. So we're still talking about something which is somewhat boutique at least, and when you then look out into the future, and I think this is the interesting part of it. When you look out into the future, if you look at the Biden administration's own estimate of what will happen by 2050, we will be at if all countries do all the stuff that they promised and everything, we will be at 70% fossil fuels by 2050 globally. this is just, yes, it's a better world. I think it's good that we're now down to 70 instead of 80, but it is still a world that's fundamentally dependent on fossil fuels for almost everything that we really like about the world. And forgetting that, and I think we are doing that in the sense, as you also mentioned, that people say no fossil fuels, and we're in all development organizations, we're now telling the poor countries you can't get any funding for anything that has to do with fossil fuels. We have literally reduced our investment in oil and gas by more than half since 2014, and much of this is because of climate concerns. This has real world consequences. This is why energy prices have gone up. It's not the only reason. COVID also, certainly the war in Ukraine, but this is an underlying systemic reason why fossil fuel costs will go up dramatically. Now, a lot of Greens will sort of tend to say, well, that's great, because we want fossil fuels to be expensive. We want people to be forced over to renewables. But that's very easy to say if you're rich. It's the kind of thing that New Yorkers will say, when you go to rich, well-meaning green New Yorkers and say, yes, gasoline should cost $20 a gallon. Well, you don't have a car. You just ride the metro. It's very easy for you to say that, but lots of people, both in the rich world, but in poor parts of the U.S., but all around the world, their lives are basically dependent on fossil fuels. And so the idea that we're going to get people off by making it so expensive that it becomes impossible for them to live good lives is almost morally reprehensible. And I think Alex has the right point there. We need to get people to realize we're not going to get off fossil fuels anytime soon, so we need reasonably affordable fossil fuels for most of the world. And that's, of course, why we need to focus so much more on the innovation so that we can get to the point where we no longer need fossil fuels as soon as possible. But to say to everyone, look, we're going to make fossil fuels expensive way before we have the solution is just terrible.
And so much is on the rich countries of the world. I did a conversation recently with Johan Rothschild, who's a famed sustainability scientist in Stockholm, actually Potsdam now. And he's come up with the idea of planetary boundaries. There's lots of things he has said that as a journalist is looking into about that.
Planetary boundaries?
Yeah, that there are limits to what Earth can absorb and our use of water, phosphorus, or carbon dioxide loading in the atmosphere. There are these boundaries that we cross them are in the hot zone and danger zone. He's an interesting thinker. But on this point, last year at the Glasgow Climate Talk, he gave a very important talk about the equity thing here. He basically laid out a landscape saying the rich nations of the world need to greatly ramp up their reduction of emissions or what they're going to pay poor countries to do. To allow poor countries, some of which have fossil resources, like in Africa, to have the carbon space, to own whatever space or time is left, to be able to develop their fossil fuels as a fundamental right, because also they're starting from this little baseline. Ghana hasn't contributed squat to the global warming problem in terms of emissions. Ghana has natural gas. And right now, this month, environmental groups are outside the World Bank tonight, saying this was on their list of dirty projects. The World Bank should stop financing Ghana's right to get gas out of the ground, to develop its economy, get its people less poor, make them more productive, innovative parts of humanity. To me, that's really reprehensible. One of the other projects on their list, as a World Bank kind of gotcha, like how dare they give money, was for a fertilizer factory in Bangladesh that is designed to get 3 times as much fertilizer from the same amount of natural gas as the old plants that are now dormant. This is at a time when we're facing high energy prices, high gas prices, high food prices, when food insecurity is spreading rapidly. When a country like Bangladesh has millions of rice farmers who need urea tablets to put in their rice fields, and to say that how dare they finance that because there's a fossil fuel involved is immoral. So yes, on that point from Alex.
So this is 2022 polls. Just this is a bunch of different ways to look at the same basic effect. In the United States, Democrats, younger Americans identify dealing with climate change as a top priority. U.S. adults, 42% say 42% say that dealing with climate change should be a top priority. 11% of Republicans, 65% of Democrats. So we could see this effect throughout. Um, 46% of Americans say human activity contributes a great deal to climate change. By the way, this is a little bit different than what we're discussing. I was just looking at different polls. In the public, there seems to still be uncertainty about how much humans contribute to climate change, more than
Well,
scientific.
it would only be 24% that disagree with the UN climate panel. Three quarters would agree.
Are you uncomfortable about the 29?
No, 29 is actually it's exactly right. I mean,
Okay.
UN doesn't say it's all. Well, they say that could be the border case.
But anyway, this is interesting. But to me, across all these polls, if you look, Republican versus Democrat, Republican, say 70% say it's a great deal. Democrats say 71% it's a great deal. And you just see this complete division. I think you probably, with the COVID pandemic, um, you can ask a lot of questions like this. Do masks work? Are they an effective method to slow transmission of a pandemic? You'll probably have the same kind of polls about Republicans, Democrats. And while the effectiveness of masks to me is a scientific question, but so there's different truths here apparently. One is a scientific truth. One is a truth held by the scientific community, which seems to be also different than the scientific truth sometimes. And the other is the public perception that's polluted or affected by political affiliations. And then there's whatever is the narrative that's communicated by the media. They will also have a question, the answer to the question of whether masks work or not. And they will also have an answer to the question about all these climate-related. So that's a long way of asking the question of how is politics mixed into all of this? Yeah. On the communications front, on the figuring out what the right policy is front, on the friction of humanity in the face of the right policy.
Well, I've written a ton on this. After I had that conversion about the social science in 2006, I began digging in a lot more on how people hold beliefs and what they do as opposed to what they think, and questions about polling. And there's two things that come to me that make me not worry about the basic literacy, like is climate change X% or whatever. I don't really care about that, and I'll explain why. For one thing, more science literacy, more basic literacy, like what is the greenhouse gas, all that stuff. Dan Kahan, Kahan at Yale, he's actually at Yale Law School. The last decade, he did all this work on what he calls cultural cognition, which is, and he did studies that showed, how what you believe emerges based on culture, based on your background, your red, blue, where you are in the country. And one of the really disturbing findings was that the people who have the most basic science literacy, like who know the most about greenhouse effect or whatever, they're at both ends of the spectrum of views on climate, dismissive and alarmed. Steve Koonin, as I mentioned, is a good example. He's a brilliant physicist, and he knows all the science, and he's completely at the end of skepticism. Will Happer, who was close to being Trump's science advisor, was even more out there, and they're both on the Jason committee that advises the government on big strategic things. And people who are really alarmed about it also have the same belief. So as a journalist, I was thinking, do I just spend my time writing more explanatory stories that explain the science better? No. Do I dig in on this work to understand what brings people together? And then these same surveys, the same science shows you if you don't make it about climate, one of the things this becomes, you don't have to worry about this anymore. If you Google for no red blue divide climate red, the find a piece that did with some really good graphs. Essentially, it shows that in America, this is the Yale group again, their climate communication group. There's no red blue divide on energy innovation, none. We need more climate energy, clean energy innovation. There wasn't even a divide country by state on whether CO2 should be regulated as a pollutant. But it's all like, what are the questions you ask? If you ask about innovation, if you ask about more incentives for renewable power, Oklahoma, Iowa, I did a piece when I was at ProPublica showing that the 17 states that were fighting Obama in court over his clean power plan were actually, the majority of them were actually meeting the targets that the clean power plan had because they're expanding wind power already. Not because of the climate, because it makes money sense and energy sense.
You don't think there's a political divide?
There is on climate, if you call it climate. If you say it's a climate, do you believe in the climate crisis? You're not asking what kind of energy future do you want in town. And so if you ask that question, the polarization goes away.
I guess what I'm asking, is there polarization on policy?
No, well, there, again, the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed last November, that was bipartisan. All of Congress said yes. And that's $1 trillion, several hundred billion of which are for cleaner energy and resilience.
Yeah, but that's...
And that,
yeah.
but it's not a climate bill. And it wasn't a tax. It's incentives.
So the word climate and similar words are just used as part of the signaling, like masks. It's
Absolutely.
It's not.
And Dan Hainsworth, the guy at Yale, he really demonstrated powerfully abortion, gun rights, climate, on a more partial level, nuclear power has enduring camps that for and against.
Why do the camps form?
Some of it's cultural cognition. It's how you grew up. It's what you fear. There's no common human frame for.
Because like folks, like certain individuals, like Al Gore. Like he would make a film. He cares about this thing. He's a Democrat.
Therefore, I hate this thing.
Therefore, I don't like this thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah. When people get attached to an issue, that's what popped into your head when you hear climate. And it got politicized. It became emblematic. And the whole vaccine thing.
I'm not American, so I should stay a little bit out of this, but I think it seems to me that a lot of the thing that people believe and talk about is really about what they worry that will lead to in terms of policy down the line. So a little bit like, do masks work? I'm sort of imagining, I don't know whether this is true, but I think part of it is if I say masks work, they're going to force me to wear it for the next year. So it doesn't work because then I don't have to wear it, kind of thing. That it's really you're looking much further down the line. And certainly on climate, it seems to me that a lot of the people who say it's not real, it's not because they don't know it's. Of course it's real, but it's that they don't want you to then come and regulate it really heavily.
Yeah.
So it's
because they don't like top down.
Yeah, and also they don't want another tax, and there's lots of so it's really, it's not a science, it's not a straight science question. It really is a question of what do you want to do, and that's where I think, Andy, you're much more right in saying we should have that discussion. So what do you want to do? Because that will be much easier conversation to say, do you want to do really smart, cheap stuff, or do you want to do pretty dumb, expensive stuff? When you put it that way, you can push people on board. Of course, it's not as simple as that, I know.
And it gets back to what you said earlier, that, again, you talk about collaborative cooperation or whatever. There's a guy at Columbia, Peter Coleman, who runs this thing called the Difficult Conversations Laboratory. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, man, we need that, And his background's the psychology and conflict resolution, mostly at the global scale related to atrocities that countries are trying to get over. And there's a science to how to hold a better conversation. It's you either through experience or whatever know You could, if you hold a debate, like I wouldn't want to be in a debate with Bjorn. We could find lots of things we disagree on, but that takes it back to the win-lose model, right? That's not how you make progress. And what Peter, what I learned, absorbed from him, Peter Coleman, because I was thinking like, we need room for agreement. I need to build a room for agreement. My blog at the Times, and then the stuff I do now. Like how can we talk and come to agreement? He says, no, you don't want agreement. You want cooperation. That allows you to hold on to your beliefs. But we're good. We can disbelieve it. We can disagree on all these things, but let's cooperate on that one thing. And that's a really valuable distinction that's needed so much in this arena because, as I said earlier, you could parse it right down to the whole menu of things Joe Manchin wanted. Transmission lines. Now we're going to have big fights over transmission lines. We've got billions of dollars to spend expanding America's grid, and every community in America is going to say, not here. So how do you foster a federal, local dialogue that allows that to happen if you want to have any hope of a better grid? So that's like that. Those insights come from behavioral sciences that I think are completely undervalued in this area.
Gilligan loves to quote, I think it's Lippert, but
Walter Lippmann.
Lippmann, yes, that democracy is not about everybody agreeing, but it's about different people disagreeing, but doing the same
one thing together.
Yeah, agreeing that we're going to do this thing, so you can disagree but still do a thing. Possibly for very different reasons.
Yeah, and there's an amazing video clip that shows this so powerfully. 2015 was the build-up to the Paris talks that led to the Paris Agreement. This, and a really talented journalist at CNN at the time, John Sutter, who's from Oklahoma originally. He saw another Yale study that was a county-by-county study of American attitudes on global warming, like right down to the county level. And there's this little glowing data point in Woodward County, Oklahoma. Woodward County, Oklahoma was ground zero for climate denial, whatever. And he thought, we're going to go there. And he went there just to meet people on the street and talk to them about energy and weather. And he did these little interviews. There's this one with this guy who's like a middle-aged oil company employee, like a administrator, Thai kind of guy. And he starts out the interview, and the guy is saying, like, God controls the environment. And if you're watching this, you're going, okay, this is going to be interesting. And the backstory, by the way, is the guy, he paid for the local playground to have dinosaurs and people, like toy dinosaurs and people on the playground, because he believes in creation, 6,000-year creation. So that's the guy, right? And then it gets to energy, and the guy says, the same guy who believes God controls the environment says, we have half of our roof covered with solar panels, and we want to get off the grid entirely. And when I show this to audiences, I say, just pause and think about that for a second. If you went, why do you think that's happening? And it's because he's independent. He wants to have his own source of power. He's libertarian. He just wants the government telling him what to do. He would never vote for Hillary, I guarantee you. This is 2015. But he wanted to get off the grid entirely to be his own, to be himself. And so then I say, okay, so if you were going around the country with your climate crisis placard and you go to Woodward County, do you think that would be a productive way to go to that place and make your case? And the answer is pretty obvious. No. If you go in there and you listen, like listening is such an important property that we all forget, including journalists. You're much more apt to find a path to cooperation. You could talk to him about it. I guarantee if I went there today, maybe I should go to talk about this new bill, $370 billion. How do we make that work, at the local level? How do we answer that guy at the energy department, Jigar Shah? So how do we put this to work to get our buses off electricity, to get electrified or transition our street lamps and stuff? You could have a good chat with him. If you go in there and say, I'm here to debate you to death on global warming, forget about it.
Actually, let me ask you a question, given your roots as a journalist.
Yeah.
Talking to a guy you disagree with, that's one thing. What about talking to people that society might consider bad, unethical, even evil, what's the role of a journalist in that context? So climate change is a large number of people that believe one thing, a large number of people that believe another thing. It turns out even with people that society deems as evil, there's a large number of people that support them. What's your role as a journalist to talk to them?
Well, when I have talked to really bad people. When I wrote about the murder of Chico Mendes, a Brazilian Amazon rainforest activist, in 1989, I interviewed the killers. One was in jail. Several of them were just ranchers who, you know, they had their point of view. They were there in the Amazon rainforest to, the word in Brazil, in Portuguese is limpar, to clean the land. They're the bandeirantes, the pioneers of Brazil. They go into these frontiers and tame them, like we had in our West, And they would bring that up too. They would say to me, "Well, you did this out, They didn't say you murdered your Native Americans and stuff, but they could easily have said that too, and you deforested all your landscapes. So who are you to come down here to?" But if I didn't talk to them, that would be not a way to do journalism.
But when you talk to them, did you empathize with them, or did you push back? So that's the ultimate question. Like if you want to understand, if you talk to Hitler in 1941, do you empathize with him, or do you push back? Because most journalists would push because they're trying to signal to a fellow journalist,
Right.
and to people back home that the journalist, is on the right side. But if you actually want to understand the person, you should empathize. If you want to be the kind of person that actually understands in the full arc of history, you need to empathize. I find that journalists, a lot of times, perhaps they're protecting their job, their reputation, their sanity, are not willing to empathize.
Yeah, I think this happened with Joe Manchin. I'm not doing any kind of equation here related to Hitler,
Yes.
Joe Manchin.
Yes.
Or Trump. Trump.
Yeah.
I interviewed the guy, Will Hepper, I mentioned, who was physicist at Princeton, who thinks carbon dioxide is the greatest thing in the world and we should have more of it in the atmosphere. I profoundly disagree on that point. But I interviewed him for an hour, and it was so interesting because he was trying to kind of rope-a-dope me into making it about CO2 and climate because he's a super smart physicist. And I kind of said, let's talk about some other things. And we started talking about education and science education. He wanted for like 20 minutes about the vital importance of better science education for Americans. He drew on people he knew from Europe, Hungary. A bunch of Nobel Prize winners came from some town in Hungary, at least a couple. And he said that he learned their teachers. At any rate, he went into a long exposition on that. He then defended climate science. He said, we need more climate science. He says, I love this stuff. I love the ocean buoys. There are now thousands of them in the oceans charting clear pictures of ocean circulation and satellites. And he said something really important that many people discount, which is we need sustained investment in monitoring this planet. We neglect our systems that just tell us what's happening in the world. And that's happened over and over again. So if I had left it, if I had gone into the terrain of the fight over CO2, some journalist friends might say, oh, that was good. And match up. But I found these really profound and important things that I wanted the world to know about in the context of whether Trump was going to have him as a science advisor. And so if I hadn't gone there, and a lot of people, if you look back, I got hammered for doing that, even from friends. And then later, John Holdren, who had been Obama's science advisor for 8 years, he said, I would rather have Will Happer as Trump's science advisor than no science advisor. In other words, there's a landscape of things that are important. He recognized that Happer is really smart about defense and all kinds of things too. So it's like you do have to sort of screw up your courage, but then not necessarily get into it's like with the guy in Oklahoma. If you go in looking for differences, you find them. You can amplify them. You can leave with this paralyzed sense of nothing having happened that was useful, or you can find these nuggets that are. Everyone is a human being. I can't play the mind game of what I would have said past to Hitler, but
I play that mind game all the time, but that's for another conversation.
yeah.
I have many in my family that have suffered under him. Nevertheless, he is a human being.
Yeah.
And people sometimes caricature Hitler, saying like that's when you mention Hitler, the conversation
Oh, right. At a
devolves.
certain point.
But I don't agree. I think sort of these extremes are useful thought experiments to understand. Because if you're not willing to take your ideals to that extreme, then maybe your ideals need some rethinking. And from a journalistic perspective, all that kind of stuff.
But a number of years ago, my wife and I were with our veterinarian, who's German born, Dr. Bach, BACH. We were talking about the dog and stuff, and then we were talking about Trump. And he just mentioned in passing, he said, my mother voted for Hitler. Wow. That hit me like a brick.
Yeah.
Because it was so,
yeah.
These, at the very least, understanding how pathways that lead to people doing things like he did in order is essential, and the only way to understand that is to dig in and ask questions and get uncomfortable. It still makes my hair prickle when I think back to him saying, yeah, my mom voted for it.
It somehow makes it super real. Like, yeah, there's elections, there's real people living their lives.
Exactly. Struggling with a broken economy and
having their own little personal resentments and all that kind of stuff. Let me ask you about presidents, American presidents. Who had a positive or negative impact on climate change efforts, in your view? Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden? Or maybe you could say that they don't have much of an impact. So, like, in public discourse, presidents have a kind of maybe disproportional, like we imagine they have a huge amount of impact.
Yeah.
How much impact do they actually have on climate policy? I don't know if you have comments on this.
Well, there is a background decarbonization rate that's happened for 150 years. We moved from wood to charcoal to coal to oil, and gas is cleaner, more hydrogen, less carbon. And I asked some really smart scientists who study these long trajectories of energy. When you look at those curves, is there anything in that curve that says, oh, climate treaty 1992, oh, Paris? And it's really hard. Or China, when China came in with its huge growth in emissions, that created a bit of a recarbonization blip. But that was this huge growth in their economy that pulled a bunch of people out of poverty. Presidents don't really change anything on timescales that we would measure. This means where you could parse it out. I think that's not to say that Obama's and the current focus on the stimulus that's happening, which includes a lot more money for research, et cetera, and innovation. I do think that will have to be beneficial in a very, very long run. But I have to say, when Obama stood up and took credit for reductions from moving from coal to gas because of fracking, that was actually Cheney who said that in motion.
I was thinking, I would say Bush. Not because I like him or anything, but he's the guy who inadvertently started fracking. Right? And
it goes further back than that. It was a federal investment in fracking in the 60s and 70s, and then there was one guy in Texas, right here in Texas, George Mitchell, who cobbled together technology, and that led to this real dramatic change from gas to coal that mostly played out in the Obama years, but that really was stimulated by Cheney's early energy task force, 2001, when they were getting into office. And also Bush did something interesting in the whole wonky climate treaty process. It was under Bush that they started to focus on sectors. And also on big emitters. This isn't about 200 countries. It's about basically 8 or 10 countries. Let's get them into a room, and let's have these little sub-rooms on electrification, on mining, whatever. And by parsing it out And Obama picked up the same model. They had different names for it because presidents always name something different than the last president. One was the Major Economies Forum, and then it was the Major Emitters, something or other. And that getting away from the treaty dots and dashes toward just sectoral, big sectors that matter, gas, electrification, makes a difference. But again, you couldn't ever measure it. It's always the lag time with any.
And also, I think one very underreported fact, so the UNEP, the Environment Program, they come out with what they call a gap report every year, where they estimate how much is the world doing compared to what should it or has it promised to do.
Emissions.
And in 2019, so just before COVID hit, they actually did a survey of the 2010s. So the last big sort of report on how well are we doing. And their takeaway quote, and I'm not going to get this right, but it's pretty much what they said was, if you take the world as if we hadn't cared about climate change since 2005, we can't tell the difference between that world and the world that we're actually living in. So despite the fact that we've had 10 years of immense focus on climate, and everybody talks about it, and the Paris Agreement, which is perhaps the biggest global sort of agreement on what we're going to be doing, you can't actually tell. And that, I think, is incredibly important, because what it tells you is all that we're doing is not even on the margin. It's sort of smaller than that, and I'm not sure what that is. But we're basically dealing in, so for instance, the UK loves to point out that they have dramatically reduced their carbon emissions. And they have. They've really dramatically lowered their emissions. But mostly because they're deindustrialized. They basically said, look, we're just going to be bankers for all of you guys, and then everybody else is going to produce our stuff. Which, of course, is great for Britain. Or, I don't know if it's great for Britain, but we can't all do that. And so most of what we're trying to do right now is sort of, this virtue signaling. It makes us feel good. It's sort of, on the margin or in the very tiny margin. But, what we basically, and that was Andy, your point with China. And the reason why we can't tell the difference, of course, is because China basically became the workshop for everyone. And so not only did they lift more than 500,000 people out of poverty, sorry, 500 million, 500 million people out of poverty, but they also, basically took over most production in the world. And so, of course, many rich countries could decarbonize or at least reduce their carbon emissions and feel very virtuous about it. But fundamentally, we haven't solved how does the world do this. And that's why I think we're also left with this sense of not only are we being told this is an unmitigated catastrophe, and that's why this is the only thing we should be focusing on, but also somehow, and we can all fix it. And I don't think we have any sense of how hard this is actually going to be. And that's, of course, why I would go back and say, look, the only way you're going to fix this is through innovation, because if you have something that's cheaper than fossil fuel, you fix it. If you have something that's harder and costlier and more inconvenient, no, you're just not going to make it.
And getting more time by cutting vulnerability.
Yes.
The pockets of vulnerability on the planet are huge, and they're identifiable, and you know what to do.
What are the biggest pockets of vulnerability?
Well, there's
Infrastructure of cities.
it's where people are living and what their capacities are.
So I think people, how do you decrease the vulnerability in the world? What are the big
Affordable housing. One reason so many people moved out of San Francisco and adjacent cities into the countryside and then had their houses burned down. It's because they can't afford to live in the city anymore. So affordable housing in the cities can limit exposure to, in that case, wildfire. Durban, South Africa, that terrible, devastating flood they had this year, who was washed away. Poor people who don't have any place to live, so they settle in a floodplain along a stream bed that's livable, when it's not raining buckets. And those are vulnerabilities that are there because of dislocation, housing. Tacoban, this typhoon that hit the Philippines terribly ahead of the Paris talks. So was it the previous one?
No, it was 2013.
Yeah. Thousands died. Most of the stories that were written were framed around climate change because Pope made a deal about it. It was just before the climate talks of that year. And what happened, partially why there were so many losses, was Tacloban City had quadrupled in population in the last 30 years, and most of the people coming in the city were poor, looking for work, and settling in marginal places where a storm surge came from. So those are things whatever the we is in the different places, really can work on, and that gives more flex for sure. And thinking about having this long trajectory that seems so immovable and so hard, the decarbonization part, there's no excuse. I wrote a piece not long, I guess a year ago. I said there's a vulnerability emergency hiding behind this climate emergency label. That's really what needs work.
And also on the Tacloban, I mean, the hurricane that hit in 2013, there was almost a similar hurricane in the early part of 1900 that hit pretty much the same strength, and it eradicated half the city. It killed half the city. And so what's happened since then is, people just got much richer. From early 1900 to 2013, we just moved a lot of people out of poverty. Now it's a lot bigger, yeah.
Bangladesh is even a bigger example of that. In the 1970s, they had horrible cyclones, one of which was the Beatles, George Harrison's Concert for Bangladesh. Great album that I still have somewhere. Hundreds of thousands. He did a fundraising concert for Bangladesh after this terrible cyclone tragedy hit Bangladesh, and I think there were several 100,000 killed, and a couple like that around that time. Bangladesh has been hit by comparable storms recently, and it's terrible. Every death is terrible, but it's like 123 deaths, and it's not just because of wealth. It's because people know what to do, because there's cell phones. It's because they have elevated platforms in many towns and many communities in the floodplains there that to get to. So they went from hundreds of thousands of deaths in a cyclone to 123.
When we were working with Bangladesh, it's no longer the problem of people dying. It's the fact that their cattle die. So they want cattle places where you can herd your cattle. This is their capital, and it's not to make fun of it, but it's an amazing progress that you stop worrying about your parents dying and you worry about your cows dying.
And when I was talking about social innovation the other hour, there's a model emerging in Bangladesh for farmers to move from raising chickens, poultry, to ducks. And it's working. And ducks actually fetch a higher price at the market. And guess what? When you get flooded, you can still have your income and your future.
Let me ask you to give advice. Put on your sage, wise hat, and give advice to young people that are looking into this world and see how they can do the most good. We talked about what is the $1 that can do the most positive improvement to lead to $40, $45, and so on. What advice would you give to young people in high school and college how to have positive impact on the world, how to have a career they can be proud of? Maybe ask going first, and how to have a life they can be proud of.
So I think, and this really, pretty well reflects the whole conversation we've had. We've got to sort of take the catastrophism out of the climate conversation, and this really matters because a lot of kids literally think that the world is going to end pretty soon, and that obviously makes it any other kind of plan meaningless. So first of all, look, you're not going to die. That poster that a lot of kids have, you're going to die from old age, but I'm going to die from climate. No, you're not. You're going to die from old age, and you're going to die much older, very likely. Right? So the reality is, the world has improved dramatically, and it's very likely to improve even more. So the baseline is good. This is just the facts. Then there's still lots and lots of problems. And what you should do as a young person is stop being, paralyzed by fear, and then realize what you can do is basically help humanity become even smarter. There's a lot of different places you can do. I mean, the obvious thing when you're talking about climate is, what if you could become the guy that develops fourth generation nuclear? It's very likely it's something that neither of us know anything about right now, but develop the energy source that will basically power the rest of humanity. How cool would that be? That's one of the many things you can do. But again, also remember there are lots and lots of other things that need solutions. So What about you become the guy that makes or the girl that makes the social innovation in Tanzania or in Kenya? Or what about if you become the person who finds a way that is a much cheaper, more effective way to tackle tuberculosis? Right now, it needs 4 to 6 months of medication. That one of the big problems is once you pop the pills and you're fresh. It's really hard to get people to do it for the other 5.5 months, right? And you need that, otherwise you actually have a big risk of getting multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, which is a real scourge on the earth. So, what if you develop that? So the truth is, not only can your life be much better when you sort of ditch that doomerism, but it also becomes much more possible for you to be a positive part of making sure that you do that properly. Why has the world improved so much? Because our parents and great grandparents, they made all this work. This was all their innovations and a lot of hard work. And I'm incredibly grateful that they've done it. But now it's kind of time to pay back. So, you got to do this for our grandkids. You got to make those innovations, make those policy opportunities that'll make the world an even better place.
Totally. And to me, there's never been a better time to be effective as a young person because the internet connectedness, you can brainstorm with someone in another country just as easily as you can brainstorm with someone down the block when we were kids. As I said earlier, my pen pal, his letters taking weeks to come. And so the key properties, ideally, that young people would do well to cultivate are, well, certainly adaptability, because change is changing. Not just, the rate of change is changing. These layers of change are all piling up on each other. Having an ability to understand the information environment is this fundamental need now that wasn't a need when we were growing up. We read a few newspapers. My dad would turn on the nightly news, and Walter Cronkite would say, "That's the way it is." He said, "That's the way it is," and that's so not the way the media environment is now. So courses in media literacy should be kind of fundamental parts of curricula from like kindergarten on, or parents can do the same thing. There's a woman at URI, University of Rhode Island, Renee Hobbs, who teaches a course in propaganda literacy. And she said, the history of the word is not bad. Propaganda can be good. It's pro. It's for the church.
Yeah.
She did a wonderful chat with me. She laid this out, but understanding when it is propaganda, like the tobacco, there is hopefully a difference between that and that, but cigarette ads and journalistically acquired information. So key to everything Bjorn was talking about too is understanding how to not be sucked into this information environment and spit out as a paralyzed, doomist entity. Because once you have the ability to step back, then you can use Twitter or whatever you're on to find people who might have a skill set you don't have that is something you need to do to incorporate, to harness, to do the thing you want to do in the world. Finding your way to make the world better. And it can have nothing to do with climate, but if it makes a few more people's lives better, then overall you're leading toward better capacity for all this stuff. So that, and then the climate problem, the prismatic, giant nature of it, is what makes it so daunting, but it's also what gives everybody an opportunity. Like, there's something for artists, scientists, poets, everybody needs to get in the game. I just spent some time with Kim Stanley Robinson, who wrote that book, Ministry of the Future, which is this sprawling novel about a worst case outcome where everyone in India is dying, so fiction can help experiment. Different kinds of fiction, different kinds of art can help us sort of experiment with what the future might look like in different ways. And just get started. And the other thing, unfortunately, is I think I first said this in 2008 when someone asked me something about climate. I said, weirdly, you have to sort of have a sense of urgency, but a sense of patience at the same time. Like, just roll those words around in your mind. Like, what does that mean? Urgent and patient. How could that possibly be? But actually, it really is the reality. There is an urgency with this building gas that's cumulative. It doesn't go away like smoke when it rains. And every year that happens, it's adding to risk. And you can kind of wake up completely freaked out urgent, but when you realize energy transitions take time, and you have to sort of find patience or whatever your word is for that.
Yeah, I think you have to oscillate back and forth throughout the day, having a sense of urgency when you're trying to actually be productive and a patience, so you can have a calm head about you in terms of putting everything into perspective.
Okay, yeah.
And like you said, with information, that is interesting, especially in the scientific community. I think you've spoken about this before. That there is some responsibility, or at least an opportunity for scientists to not just do science, but to understand the dynamics of the different mediums in which information is exchanged. So it could be Twitter for a few years, then it could be TikTok, then it could be, I'm a huge believer in the power of YouTube. Over the next several years, perhaps decades, I mean, it's a very interesting medium for education and communication and for debate, and that's grassroots, that's from like the bottom up, that every scientist is able to communicate their work, and I personally believe have the responsibility to communicate their work. If anything, the internet made me realize that science is not just about doing the science, it's about communicating it. Like that, this is not some kind of virtue signaling on my part. No, like I feel like if the tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, it really didn't fall. Like that's not. There should be a culture of. We have at MIT. There's a place called the Media Lab.
Yes, sir.
Where they really emphasize, like you always be able to demo something to show off your work. They really emphasize showing off your work, and I think that was in some part criticized in the big MIT culture that that's like being focusing too much on the PR versus doing the science. But I really disagree with that. Of course, there's a balance to strike. You don't want to be all smoke and mirrors, but there really is a lot of value to communication, and not just sort of some broad. You almost don't want to teach a course on communication, because by the time you teach the course, it's already too late. It's always being on top of how what is the language, what is the culture and the etiquette, what is the technology of communication that is effective.
I actually had a big conversation about that in my university, because I think, and this is perhaps especially true for social sciences, but I think it's probably true for everyone. Just simply communicating what it is that you've done in the research makes it possible for you to sort of get an outsider's perspective and see, did I just go into an incredibly deep, hole that just three other people really care about in the world, or is this actually something that matters to the world? And being able to explain what it is that you've done to everyone else, my sort of sense is, if you can't say it in a couple of minutes, it's not necessarily true, but it's probably because it wasn't all that important.
There was a hashtag generated maybe 7 years ago by a Caltech PhD candidate woman, and it was fantastic. The hashtag was "I am a scientist because," and she posted it with a picture of herself with her answer. And that, when I talk to scientists or basically anybody about communicating, don't start with I am a phytologist and I use a spectrophotometer to do X. Start with I'm a scientist because the world is endlessly interesting, and I just found these salamanders, which are going to vanish if we don't stop this fungus from coming to the United States. Utterly interesting. And then
People, what you fucking worried about? Yes, it's important, but you're right. Give me my fucking account back, you sluts. Fuck is this shit? The fuck is that one song that she's got? I'm not a girl, not yet a woman. Are you fucking serious? Is this her best song? Perhaps. be away from me. It's not that I don't want to stay, but every time you come too close, I move away. I wanna believe in everything that you say, 'cause it sounds so good. But if you really want me, move slow. There's things about me you just have to know. Sometimes I run, sometimes I hide, sometimes I'm scared of you. But all I really want is to treat you right, be with you every time. Baby, all I need is one. You know, just a piece of your mind. Every time that I'm alone, I wonder why. Hope that you will wait for me. You'll see that you're the only one for me. And what I'm believing in everything that you say. 'Cause it sounds so good. But if you really want me, move slow. There's things about me you just have to know. Sometimes I run, sometimes I hide, sometimes I'm scared of you. But all I really want is to hold you, treat you right, be with you every time. Yeah, I really want is to hold you, treat you right, be with you every time. I'll be all I need is one. You hang around and there's nowhere I'd rather be. You love me, come on, sing with me. Trust in you. Yeah, but I'm not really Shout out to Lucky. Shout out to Lucky Brand. Shout out to Lucky. The dog. Shout out to everybody. Who's got sorry about the girl. She wakes up, but she knock, knock, knock on the door. He knock, wake up, smile. The downstairs are waiting for you. Is it she loves me? Is my little girl? And they say she's so lucky. She's a star, but she's not a star. In her life, it's in my heart. These tears from at night, nothing an image in a dream, but there's no one there to wake her up. And the world is spinning, she keeps on winning. But tell me what happens when it stops. They go, isn't she lovely? Isn't she lovely? And they say she's so lucky. But she cries, 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 it happened. Oh, she loved this mommy again. Right, it is one of them. They say he's so lucky, but she's not. If there's nothing to
That was amazing. Great job, Rupert. I believe I'm up next. If somebody could cue next, I'd appreciate it. This is Britney Spears. Oops, I did it again. Mm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. Oh, baby, it might seem like a drug, but it doesn't mean that I'm serious. 'Cause people know my senses. I've got so typically me. Ooh, baby, baby, ooh, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in it. Ooh, baby, baby, ooh, you think I'm in love. Got a set from above. I'm not your innocent. You see my problem is this. I'm dreaming away, wishing that heroes that truly exist. I cry watching the day. See, I'm a fool in so many ways. But all my senses, that's just so typically me. Maybe, oh, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Baby, baby, you think I'm in love, but it's a fun affair. I'm not the innocent. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, Lord. Brittany, before you go, there's something I want you to have. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't this? Yes, 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 it is. The old baby dropped in the ocean in the end. Oh, baby, got it for you. Oh, shouldn't have. Oops, I did it again to your mind. Lost in this game of baby. Oops, you refuse something I said from above. I'm not innocent. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart. Got lost in the game. Oh, baby, baby, ooh, think I'm in love. But it's a from above. I'm not that innocent. Oops, I did it again. Played with your heart. Got lost in the game. Oh, baby, baby, you think I'm in love. But it's a from above. I'm not innocent. Shout out to Britney Spears. Shout out to that jumpsuit she wore in the video. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. Yeah, he's pretty good. so far. No matter where you're from, going, I mean, what you're doing, you can pay attention to the things on the wood, and what you want to pay for. Look at you, get one to be maybe there's others with the spring belt, as a good one, but I don't know if you have what or what you want to pay for. Womanizer, womanizer, you're a womanizer, you're a womanizer, baby. You, you are womanizer, womanizer, womanizer. I can do it. You have to give yes, you do have too many. You have to give them music. You look at your pay. That's take me through something. Think that I'm the victim of another. Say it one of them. For you. Cross me on you. Womanizer, something that's going to womanizer. Womanizer, baby. You, you, womanizer, womanizer. Well, you don't get that. I'm not just what you are. Well, you don't get that. I can't do it. You don't have it. Well, you don't get that. I'm not just what you are. Well, you don't get that. I'm not just what you are. Crazy. I got you crazy. You're not that what you are. Maybe if you both live in a different world, it would be a womanizer, 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 you know you're a womanizer, baby. You are. You are. Womanizer, 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 womanizer. This is what you are. Why you don't look from this is what you are. You can't be going. You're also trying, but I can't do it. Womanizer, why you don't look from this is what you are. Why you don't look from this is what you are. I'm crazy. I get crazy. You have to stop me from womanizer. I'm trying to find my this is what you are. Why you trying to find my this is what you are. I said, womanizer, that was womanizer. This is a womanizer. Alright, how you doing? What in the fuck? Womanizer, I'm a womanizer. Alright, is that it? Is that the whole fucking thing? Are you fucking serious? Stupid ass bee. Dog. Stupid bee. Stupid ass bee. This is the worst. Alright. If you're gonna take a break, cool. Find some fucking things fun.
Then you've got people hooked. But it's the motivation part, because everyone grew up as a kid, and a kid is basically like a scientist. Wow, what the hell is this? How does this work? So you can connect with people that way. This other issue you approached is really important. And what I love about MIT particularly, spent a lot of time there over the decades, not just talking to the hurricane guy. Amy Smith has the development lab in the basement there somewhere.
Most of them, it looks like it's the basement, but yeah,
They're like
part of the charm.
things here. But it's the usability function is part of a lot of that goes on there. It's engineering and science. And it reminds me of 1997, these two very different scientists, Dan Cannon at Berkeley and Michael Dove at Yale, wrote a manifesto, and it was the virtues of mundane science. That's what they called it. It was a prod to the scientific community to actually, it's not useful, utility. Because the whole arena is set up to advance your career through revealing new knowledge that will get you tenure someday. Actually doing useful science is disincentivized. Having a conversation, and especially if it involves, because as a young scientist, there was some Columbia with this other manifesto paper saying, here are the things universities need to do to foster the collaborative capacity we need to have sustainable development. And it was like 4 or 5 things that universities don't do. Give you time to become fluent, and for a physicist to talk to an anthropologist and understand how anthropology works with sociology. It takes time. And then building a relationship with a community that has a problem you want to fix takes time. And you do these like quick turnaround papers that get you towards your little micro career goal, but they're not actually getting you what you want in the world. Those are really hard problems going forward. But starting with that idea of usability, what can I do with my skill sets? A lot of great physicists I know are dug in on string theory and stuff. And someone has to dig in on that too. But I'd like to pull a little bit of their brain power away to think about some of the practical things we aren't thinking about too.
So the two of you have been thinking about some of the biggest questions, which is life here on Earth, the history of life here, the future of life here on Earth, of Earth itself, and how to allocate our resources to alleviate suffering in the world. So let me ask the big question. What do you think is the why of it all? What's the meaning of it? What's the meaning of our life here on Earth?
You waited till the last moment to ask us that question.
Yes, in case there's in case I can trick you to finding an answer.
Well, so I mean, again, I'm just going to take a stab in this because I think in some ways it's the same thing that you were talking about before. It's not about getting everybody sort of on the same track and all agree on something, but it's about getting a lot of people with very different goals and targets and ways of thinking about the world to go in the same direction. So for me, the goal of life, certainly my goal, but I think for most people, is to make the world a better place. It sounds incredibly pedestrian because it's become so overused, but that really and literally is the point. Your point of your life is to, when one of your friends is sad, to make sure that they sort of get out of that and find out why they're they're sad, and maybe move them a little bit in the right direction, and and all the things that we've talked about, stop people from dying from tuberculosis and live longer lives and fix climate change, but fix it in such a way that we actually use resources smartest, because there are lots of problems. So let's make sure we deal with them adequately. This is very unsexy in some sense, but I think it's also very basic and really what matters.
Well, biologically, evolution has demanded that life is about finding sources of energy and perpetuating yourself, right? So that's the baseline. And that's led us into a bit of a bollocks because we have this easy energy that's come from the ground so far, and but our brilliance has given this larger awareness of everything about the planet is transitory, and so how do you work with that productively is really an important question. I could just sort of try to be as rich as possible and use as much energy as possible, and have other people. I mean, Alex Epstein, I think, again, this is one of the constraints on my support for what he says, is he's just talking about growth and progress in that sense. But there are consequences, and there are long-term trajectories here that have to be taken into account, too.
How chatty like
So
a
when
busy
you wake
coffee
up
shop. Dog.
to do,
All of
to
these
me,
things say that.
finding your part of this. And as Bjorn said, finding a way to pursue and expand betterment. When I was at Pace University for 6 years, and one of the courses I launched there was called Blogging a Better Planet. And it was for grad students mostly in communication. It wasn't an environment, it wasn't like Better Planet, like Save the Climate. But my task for the students was to blog about something they're passionate about, first of all, because you can't do this, just like you can't do your conversations if you don't wake up in the morning wanting to do what you're doing, right? You're doing this. I used to call myself a selfish blogger because I was learning every day. I still am. I love this. My wife laughs. She thinks I work too much, but I'm always like asking those questions, like to say what.
Yeah.
So my charge to the students was harness a passion, build a blog, either alone or with others, that notches the world a little bit towards some better outcome. And so there was a musician who did a thing on musicians who use their art for their work for making the world better. Some of it was like music therapy, band contributing money, whatever. Another one did. Her blog was on comfort food all around the world. I thought it was my favorite. It was a video. Here, I think it should be viral actually. It was like looking at the world, every different culture. She was in Queens, so every culture, every cuisine is there in Queens. 200 countries.
Yeah.
But she would go and talk to people's moms and have them cook the food of that country that they're comfort food. I mean, I just love this because we all need to eat, and you're getting this expanded sense of what comfort is by thinking about what other cultures choose. And that felt like a great course because it was not directive. It was just, it gave them this potential. I'd love to think they've all gone on to become superstar, whatever it is, I don't know. That's the giving, that's the letting go part. Even if one did something special, then that makes me feel the job done. And, after I've been writing about climate for 30 years, 2016-ish, I did a lot of writing about what did I learn, unlearn, and stuff. And I had a stroke in 2011, which is interesting. It's the first time I really
Welcome. How are you?
thought about my brain. You don't think about your brain.
What's good in your neck of the woods? Yo, dog, go fuck it.
On a day-to-day basis. But this is my brain telling me, ding, 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 some weird shit's happening. And when I was thinking about climate, or confronting climate change, it felt like some of those things I learned about my own existence. I'm going to die. But you don't really absorb that.
So is that the first time you kind of
that was like my
faced your
first,
mortality?
this is really the shit, or at least deep disability, if not death. And, that ability is transitory. And I thought about the climate problem. We're not going to solve the warming problem. It's not our
These people are like.
But you work on making those trajectories sustainable. The end of life, particularly. You work on making sure other people don't get strokes if they can avoid it. In my case, I was blogging about my stroke while I was having it. I was tweeting about it. There's a funny tweet that's kind of mistyped because you know
Go
things aren't
figure.
working. Yeah. Right. So it's like share your knowledge, share your learning, and everyone can do this now, like on whatever platform. And then there's also this like giving up part, but not in a depressing. Well, maybe you can call it depressing. I started to zoom in years ago on the idea of the serenity prayer, the sobriety thing. You know, it's like know what you could change, know what you can't.
Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah, see, those three
Nice shit.
properties are really important right now. Some aspects of this we know absolutely what we can work on. Cutting vulnerability,
There he is.
energy transitions take time.
The man who was just on my mind. How are you doing, Caspian C? Boy, you sound far away or muffled or something. Hey, what's going on?
Alright, that should be better.
What's new, big dog?
Oh, no,
All right,
no.
tell me all about it.
Yeah, living, tons of doctor's appointments lately. This is the time of year where I would have had a wedding anniversary, so it's a little bit interesting this time of year in my head. But I'm doing alright. How you been?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. Getting thrown out of every fucking server that they'll let me in. Well, let me just say you've been missed. I definitely have missed you. I miss having somebody here. In addition,
I've just been friendly to be away,
no, I am. I absolutely understand that. I know it's not personal. I know you've got things that you got to do, and trust me, I've been doing this for more than 3 years now. I know that people have their own lives to live, and they just can't dedicate their whole life to world peace like everybody. We did make a new friend here.
Alright.
Her name is her. Her name is um, well. I mean, like I know her pretty well, but
Who's in the chat with us?
yeah, Afro. She's Polish, and she's very, very nice. Um, and she will tell you this though. She has some mental issues, and I think she's just looking for a friend, and that's cool. Um, Meaning, she'll say that she occasionally hears things in her head, which is, hey, whatever. Uh, I'm not
We
here
all
to.
have our things.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not here to judge. She has a very kind heart. She's very nice, and she's been kind of like picking up where you were as well. She stays in here all the time,
Yeah.
and she's very very nice. But she will tell you that she's working on her English, and so I've been using my translator a lot with her, um, and she
English is like the hardest language for English speakers to figure out.
yeah, that's why we really had to
Scientifically.
yeah, um, and she seems like perhaps I don't know someone who if like she stopped perhaps taking all the medication she might be normal, kind of one of those things where if enough people tell you things are wrong with you, then you'll start to believe them. Not exactly sure, but she's very, very kind, and she has a friend who's also Polish. They just met as well, but that person's really into UFOs, so they come in here, and we talk about UFOs and all kinds of things like that. Um, okay, so what else is new? I'd love to tell you that I'm viral by now. That hasn't happened. I do get thrown out of discords like crazy, and um, but I get let back in too sometimes, so that's always positive. What happened recently? So there's this one Discord that I've been in previously. It's called the Camp, and it's really a Filipino
You
Discord.
ever heard of the camp?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and I say it's Filipino um, because I think something like 95% of the people in there probably are Filipino, but I didn't necessarily know that at first. So,
Yeah.
and I had been kicked out of that Discord previously. I was going back in April, I was kicked out of there, and I didn't know why. And it turned out that I don't know, just like if you get one moderator who doesn't like you, you're fucked. I mean, there can be 200,000 people in a Discord, and if one person doesn't like you and they have the power, you're done. And it's not just you're done, but there's no appeal process, and there's no there's
It's not
like
like you can like reach out to another person on the team or anything. You know?
exactly, and sometimes they don't even tell you that you've been banned. It's just like, okay, well, it's gone.
It's just like
Is it something that
well,
I
there's
did?
supposed to be a server right here on the list.
100%. That's exactly what
It's
happened.
not in it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've been really, really careful in the camp, because they have thrown me out before. But then I was looking through their messages, and they did something really cool, or I think is really cool. And they do just massive unbans of people, just like, hey, we have 200,000 people in here. We unban 10,000 people. So long as you aren't on the blacklist, they'll let you back. So, um, I I was really curious about this Discord in particular because if you know anything about Filipino people, many times they love karaoke, absolutely love it, and it's like I think it was like invented in in Japan, but it's like super big in the
Yeah.
Philippines, and so um I originally
Korea too. Singing is karaoke is big all over Asia.
yeah, exactly, it should be really big everywhere. I feel like
It should be.
it really should. It's just like
It's a good bonding experience.
I agree. I think the reason why it's not bigger in the United States, frankly, is because the corporations have a stranglehold on the music that can be played, and they want royalties every time that you're going to play this stuff. I know, like, if you're a professional karaoke person, you have to pay for services and they have to pay royalties and such. And if you're in, like, I don't know, Thailand or Indonesia or the
You
Philippines
can
or
just get away with
Korea, they don't give
get
a
away
shit.
with pirate music. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So it's really big. Well,
Yeah.
about, I don't know, like a week and a half ago or so, it might not have been that long, but I, I started just doing my normal thing where I go into, and it's a big VC. There are a lot of people in there, and it's actually twice as big as the karaoke lounge. And so I would go in there, and I would, um, I just kind of would want to dip my toe in the water and see what's going on. So I'd turn on my camera and I'd fall asleep. And the next day I'd awake and there'd be like a message to me saying like, "Hey, turn off your camera." And I'd be like, okay, like I fucking play I understand, I get it. But it's like, look, if you don't want people to turn on their cameras, then make it so you can't turn on your camera. Why are you picking on me and that I have my camera on when it's allowed and I'm not against any of the rules?
Yeah.
And they don't have a really good answer for that. Basically, like,
No, they
dog,
never do for you.
exactly. And so I recognize that, like, okay, they don't want me to have my camera on. So I do this other thing that is a share my screen. So I just have it sharing my YouTube. So it's like, okay, if you don't want to watch my camera, then you can watch my YouTube if you want. And uh, to their credit, and I really want to say this to anybody, they're not in here, but if they ever heard me, they've been so sweet. They've been really, really nice. And I recognize why they don't want you to turn your camera on because sometimes in the middle of the night, this thing gets popping and it'll get like 60, 70, 80 people in one room, and you can't have your camera on with more than 25 people. So basically, I'm the dick who's asleep, and they're trying to like invite more friends in, and they can't because it's a limit of 25 because I have my camera on. So I get that, and I have been nice to them about that. Like, in my opinion, if that happens, then I don't understand why they just say like we're not going to have anybody with their cameras on. But I get it. I get it. They want to have their friends have their cameras on and not just some random rabbi. So I get that. And that's been cool. So what I've been doing is slowly making friends in there, and then the big thing is they have 24/7 karaoke, meaning like all the time somebody's singing karaoke, and that's really I get enjoyment out of that, but also it makes people realize that I'm not like I have a purpose and that I'm there to participate. I'm not there to just leech off of their Discord server. So like right now,
there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people just randomly, and I already know Manila time really well. It's like I think it's 16 hours ahead of LA,
Yeah.
but I do it by like 8 hours back and then adding a day because it's easier for me that way.
Yep.
So right now
That's what I do too. Yeah.
it's like 4 p.m. and about let me check that. Yeah, it's about 4 p.m. and about uh, 8 a.m. Pacific time. So like I've been staying up all night. It gets fucking wild in there. They'll get 30, 40, 50 people. Not every night, but some nights, like a lot of people. And they'll sing all kinds of songs. And my big thing is just be really respectful. I sing just my one song and then I move on, But like after every song, I even have this like phrase that I say. I say, "Thank you so much for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go." I mean, it's just like, hey, I want people to know I'm being respectful. Now you can't turn your camera on in there, which is fine. I get that. That's like if you don't want people to have your camera on, then make that the rule. Otherwise, then allow people to have their camera on. But I get it because so many different people get in there, and it becomes too many. I mean, it's a lot. So I've made some good friends in there, and I've had some good nights where I've sung like Beatles songs, John Lennon songs. I did a John Lennon anniversary of his death on December 8th. Did the Rolling Stones. I've done like um, Adele. I had an Adele night. I didn't realize how many hits she had. I did Lady Gaga recently, and then tonight was Britney Spears. So I've started those, which is just I like to keep it on theme. I mean, it's easier for me to be like if I watch one of my videos and I don't. I very rarely. I do though sometimes watch my own videos when I sing, just because I like the songs and it's like okay, well, I'll see how I do. But
Yeah, why not? You know what I mean?
exactly. And so I have
Study plays more games. You know.
exactly. Um and and then I kind of like I have in the past had it so that like I've done every major song of a certain artist like Billy Joel or Simon and Garfunkel or whatever. And then I can like listen to it like an entire concert and I do like that. Um so that's been good. I It's been really good actually. I've made a lot of friends in there. I just no fucking way. Just one moment. I'm
No
seeing.
worries. Yeah.
I'm seeing. I'm seeing if I got banned from another fucking Discord. Did I? Yeah. I don't know what it is about these fuckers in this Wall Street Bets Discord. I'll say this.
Yeah.
Um. Look. To my the best of my knowledge, and I mean, it's like I've never like purposefully hurt anyone or laid my hands on anybody. Um, but I know that there's a lot of hatred of people. And basically, when I come in, they see my name and they either want to get me for something. They're looking to get me. So they'll get me for my name. If I stream, like I don't know, you can't see it from this angle, but I change. Oh, you can see it. I changed my background, and that has cost me a lot. Just having red Star David has cost me.
Yeah.
So I was in a bunch of discords, like multiple discords. One in fact, okay, the dad Discord. It's called Dad Discord. I've been in there for months. No issue. Live streaming, everything. I changed my background. Boom, I get fucking nailed within a day, and it just made me say like, okay, somebody's just not happy. Like if I've done something for like over 100 days consistently, no issue. And the only thing that I change is the fact that I have a background, and now you're banning me when and you're like citing all these reasons to ban me. I just get curious, like why? What's the deal? And especially in the Wall Street Bets Discord, they have three of them, and they're just there's no warning, there's no communication, there's no like if there are discords that say, hey, we think you're advertising. Okay, that's fine. Just warn me about it, and I'll change whatever you want in my profile, and then I'll ask you, does this work or whatever. But no, it's like you're gone, and there's no knowledge that you're gone, and so you're searching, and you're like, hey, did I do something wrong, etc., etc. And I just don't like that. It's almost as if, I mean, I get that it's a give and take, that these are private organizations and they can run their companies the way that they want. I get that. But to some extent, I feel like they're using public, um, some of the public's either land or some of the public's um, utilities to some extent. And like, just like NBC, ABC, CBS, and Fox, all their affiliates, they need to keep a license. Like, and that goes back to, like, when the birth of television. In order to use the public airwaves, you needed a license. And that means that people could complain if the corporation wasn't doing what they felt was right. It was like, okay, we'll pull your license. And those licenses are very valuable. But with these private organizations, they don't have those licenses, so they're able to basically do whatever they want. And it's like, okay, that's fine, but there's no public alternative. And when it gets to that, then you start to become like a utility, like a power company or a water company, where you're so large that there's no alternative. And it makes me feel like um, there should be some kind of uh, policing of the metaverse, so to speak. I watch these fucking podcasts all the time, and Mark Zuckerberg on quite a bit for like a billionaire kind of dude, and he basically has total control over Facebook's board of directors. He is a major stakeholder, and everything that he wants gets done. And it's like, that's not how this was supposed to go, where one person basically has a monopoly over all of these other things. Another one is Google. Google has the top two websites.
Absolutely.
They have the top two websites in the world. That's a monopoly right there. They have Google and they have YouTube. On top of that, where they're really getting into trouble is Chrome, because they have such dominance over browsers. So, and if you've ever hit Control Alt Delete when you're using Chrome, and you'll see how much RAM it's using, it's like, what are you guys doing? What are you sending? And why are you studying me so much? So that's whatever. So, I was at at a certain point, I've come up with a strategy that basically, um, you can't win them all. I mean, just when it comes to these people with Discord, then I go and I'll fight, and I'll request to be unbanned, and then I'll just get randomly banned, and then I'll have made friends in the Discord, and I'll be like, um, why did I get banned? Can you ask why I got banned? And they'll be like, yeah, I mean, I just work here. I don't manage it, but they just don't like you. It's like, okay, what did I didn't even talk to anybody. I chatted. Like, that's and I get it. They just don't like you. Um, and that's fine. And a lot of
I mean,
times,
I guess at least somebody would just say something like that to you. If they did, I guess at least you get to find out. You know what I mean? Like,
right. And
I guess I'm saying I'd rather someone tell me that, and then I know, and then I'm just like, well, but I guess fuck that group. That's my mentality.
dog, that's exactly right. There's this one guy who he said, I don't know, man, I just work here. Um, they have like basically this guy and he kept talking about drugs, and I was like trying to be his friend, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, like, like giving him like emoji thumbs up and things like that. And they banned me, and I was like, can you please ask like why I was banned? So they tell me the person who banned me, and then I I I got banned with another account. And then I just told him, just like you said, I said that server sucks if that is how they treat people. No warnings, no communication. Thank you for your help. Um, that's just kind of how it is. Now, the thing that can occur here in this Discord, I don't think I could have, but I mean, the only time I will ban you is if you are being extremely, extremely loud. That to me is like I mean, I could mute you, I guess, but sometimes it's just like no. But it's not like if you had that kind of behavior in some of these other discords, you would be gone. And so but I don't ban people for like there's a guy this morning whose name was Nazi. I got to know him. His name's Aaron,
Yeah.
and he will come up and he'll make his thing like a swastika and like do all these things to try to scare me. And it's like, okay, hey, how you doing? How's your
At
day?
this point, anyone trying to associate with the Nazis, they're just trying to. What is it? I almost don't even really want to believe that there are actual like national socialist Nazis.
I
Like
100%
there are
agree.
other racist people, sure, but like as far as like people trying to like establish
A-
like a continuation
A Fourth Reich, get out of here.
1930s, 40s.
No one.
Yeah, a Fourth Reich.
Exactly.
I don't actually believe that.
Exactly.
But anyone who is putting forth like, oh, I'm Nazi in my name, people like that, they're just trying to get a rise out of whoever the fuck they're gonna go around.
Exactly.
I think the only reason his name said Nazi was because before he knew he was gonna go hang out with a rabbi.
Exactly.
That's it. I think you know what I mean.
100%.
Because it's very low IQ humor.
Exactly.
Hey, he's a rabbi. I'm gonna make a fucking Nazi joke.
And when I see that, I go out of my way to try to be nice to the person and develop conversation with them, and I don't ban them. And I know the reason. I put reasons why I ban anyone, and the reasons why I ban you are you're not 18 and you yell the N word. Those are like the two real reasons why I ban anyone. I've never banned anyone for I didn't like their politics, or I never banned anyone because I felt they were rude. Um, if anything, when we get a lot of people in here, I will tell people, hey, I'm going to mute you just until I'm done talking or somebody else is done talking. And then you can say whatever you want. You make any little quip you want. You make any little joke you want. That's fine. And I've had a surprise. I think it's because my hours are reversed. A lot of people from Australia in here. And some of them are really nice. I had this one guy yesterday who was in here for like 2 hours. And all we did was just talk about UFOs and shit. And then these other guys will come in here, and this is a big one. People will be like, I don't believe in aliens. I think you're nuts to believe in aliens. Okay, that's fine. Let's watch some documentaries on what kind of evidence there is out there, and let's look at press conferences and all kinds of other things. And then, a lot of times they're like, oh, well, I did not know that there was this much going on. And I ask people, for how long have you studied aliens in your life? And a lot of times they're like, well, I don't know. Like, I don't know. What do you mean? I'll be like, hours. Tell me how many hours you dedicated to studying the UFO subject. And they're like, well, I've seen movies and
Do
stuff.
you come by your opinion honestly or not? Exactly. You know what I mean? Like you come by your
right. And I say to them, you don't understand. I've studied this for thousands of hours. We're not even on the same level right now. So I have to get you on my level so that you have an understanding of what I'm referencing. Like if I go to someone and I say, do you know who Bob Lazar is? And they don't know, well then I know that we have to start from the ground up. But if somebody's like, no, I know who Bob Lazar is, okay, now we're here to play. That's great. Now you're at least halfway home. And
do you want to hear a funny story, man?
Absolutely.
Like you want to talk about I believe you when you say thousands of hours, and I think it's maybe even more because you're being generous and not even counting time from when you were a kid and stuff.
Yeah, no.
I'll tell you this. I know I was a kid who was a little bit too obsessed with UFOs, and when my parents told me when we lived in Anaheim, and they said, hey, we're going to move to Las Vegas. And I was like 11 years old. I was like 10 or 11 years old. And I was like, no, I don't want to go to Las Vegas. All my friends are here. I was doing the normal kid thing.
Right.
We weren't moving down the road. We were moving states. So
right.
I just did the normal kid thing, and they said two things that made me change my tune. They said, look, when we move, we're going to get a dog. And we're going to get you a dog. And I was like, okay, that definitely sweetens the deal.
Definitely.
Right?
Definitely.
And then I was like, why can't we get a dog here? Of course. And then my dad, on one hand said something which was, Las Vegas is about 100 miles west from Area 51. They know we're moving close to Area 51, right? Like, they knew, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but parents, you have to manipulate your kids into understanding that dad's work is somewhere else now. We just need you to get on board.
Right.
They knew the right to fucking. They didn't even need a fucking third. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it was. You know we're gonna be moving about right. That was close to Area 51 as anyone can be, really.
100%.
Without
Unless you're living at the Little Alien and Rachel. Yeah, I mean, that's the most
Exactly.
populated place you can be.
Exactly. And so it just funny, but I mean, I was like 11. I was like 10 or 11. You know what I mean? I can't remember exactly, but like I was not even 12. I was not a teenager. And at that point, I knew about Area 51. I knew everything about that. I knew about George Knight. I liked Coast to Coast and Art Bell. Not that I was able to listen to it much, but I did have there was something like it's a very long-winded way of saying I can tell that you like me the same.
Yeah, definitely.
How old it started, but when it started, I'm like, I bet, they say it takes, what, 10,000 hours to be good at something, 20,000 hours to be a master. I bet when it comes to approaching knowledge, you are probably in the master area because it's not like work.
Right. What more is there to know, too? You get to a certain point where there's not much more to know. I mean, I know people can say you can always know.
You're just reading other people's opinions and stuff.
Right.
And you're validating previous knowledge or you're debunking your own previous knowledge, really.
Exactly. The last 2 nights, at least, I I fall asleep to a bunch of different things at once. I've got KFI, I've got Lex Friedman, and then I've been listening to Phil Schneider. Do you know who Phil Schneider is? He's
Absolutely, the Dulce Bass.
Dulce Bass, yeah.
And he was absolutely murdered. 100% he was murdered. But I mean, I know about his past, and I know that the records that his dad was not a Nazi, that his dad was born in America. I know where he is.
You're very
the story shows that he was a sick man, and I know though that there's no way he could have killed himself in the way that man died.
You're very well versed on it. Yeah, I mean, just to know that about his father. Well, so
I've watched the interview. Phil Schneider is one of my obsessions. Phil Schneider
cool.
and the Dulce Bass.
Yeah, man,
is absolutely one of my biggest deep dives for years now, man.
Okay.
I always go back to Phil Schneider.
Yeah. So excellent. Well, we're in line in that. So what I've been doing, there's really, in my opinion, been no new knowledge about Dulce Bass in like 20 years, 30 years, basically. Like since he's been like.
Was it Aquino? No, I'm sorry. Michael Aquino started the Temple of Set.
That guy was in San Francisco, right? At the he was in San Francisco.
No, I wasn't. I don't mean him though. There was I can't remember the other person who was the big Dulce Bass person who released
Paul Benowitz. Paul Benowitz.
Benowitz, there you go. So Benowitz, there's so many names, dude. You know what I mean?
Dude, absolutely.
But that does sound right. I know that name. But yeah, that's likely the guy who was releasing, and he's the one who released, the details about the bass. Like Phil Schneider talks about how he was involved in basically we discovered the opening and everything, blah, 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 blah. And we discovered that there was a bass, but the other guy had, no. I worked there, and Phil Schneider was like, "Look, we discovered this thing, and I wasn't a part of it, but we had to go clean the thing up." So he doesn't seem to have a lot of nitty gritty information. But another guy released a lot of details.
Hold on. Do you mean Dan Burrish? Do you mean Dan Burrish?
Who?
Dan Burrish?
Maybe.
That could be. He's the guy who was a geologist and did all kinds of he was the youngest geologist in the history of Los Angeles County Geology Society or something like that. There,
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
all three
It
of
might
those
be
guys.
that the person who didn't. I can't remember, but there's another guy who released a lot of information about Dulce, and he's the one who seemed to be like, if anyone had it, but his information was. I'm not sure if I believe Dulce. I'm being long-winded and rambling a little bit because Dulce is definitely something I always go back to.
Well, that's the thing. It's so mysterious, and I would have thought that
It's so mysterious.
I would have thought that we would have learned something from all of this within the last 30 years. I mean, really, as I understand, I just hear the timeline. Um, Basically, the U.S. government needed the Cherokee people to be in one area. They couldn't just be spread out anymore. So then there's the Hickory Mesa was like a good area for them. And then, but apparently, I did not know this, that Dulce is the per capita the number one place in the world to see UFOs. I did not know that. I I would have figured it would have been Area 51 or something like that. So it's very popular to see these things. And the best deep dive into it I've seen from a public angle was do you remember the show UFO Hunters?
I believe so.
Okay, so
I feel like that's.
it was like on
Wait, was that the
Discovery or
one where they
History or
were?
something.
Yes, I do remember UFO Hunters. That one. That one had the that one guy on it all the time. The old guy.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah. His name is Bill. Um,
Bill something.
yeah,
Crawford or
I'll find it right
I
now.
swear I know exactly what you're talking about. He's definitely one of the Bills. He's not the Bill who like started the legislation stuff in Washington.
William
He's
J.
the one
Burns.
who owned
Bill
the land.
Burns. Bill Burns is his name.
It was nothing.
Burns.
Burns.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they
There's a lot of Williams in that circle. There's a lot
Yeah.
of Bills and Williams in the fucking UFO world. So
Right.
It makes it really fucking tough.
I mean, it's a popular name. Yeah. Okay, so Bill Burns.
It's my middle name.
Oh, okay. There you go. He, they did a show from there, and it's interesting to me. Like, you can find like Ancient Aliens, like pretty easily on
Yeah.
Discovery, and that had a bunch of different seasons. And I think it's a very good show that just got mocked because of the meme that was made where that guy was like aliens, but like there's a lot of really good information in it. Well,
Really?
UFO hunters, they did a they did an episode in Dulce, and it was fascinating to me that they were climbing on the mesa, and basically they found like vents that went into the base through like
Yeah.
there was like a waterfall, and like in the waterfall, so you couldn't just walk in there. They basically, like, I don't know who created it, but the government or whatever did a really good job. They figured like, look, we're gonna need vents for this thing. So but once we put vents out, people are gonna start to wonder what these things are. So if we put a waterfall in front of the vents, you won't be able to get in there. um, but it's just
Yeah.
it's absolutely fascinating to me. Dulce is the most fascinating subject, perhaps one of the most fascinating of anything that I know.
Because of how evasive it. I agree 100%. Again,
Yeah,
I don't believe Phil Schneider 100% about what he thinks happened. I think that something did happen. I think that he was a sick man though, and that some of the details may be embellished. Like it's very hard to understand exactly what was going on with Phil Schneider. But one thing I know for sure is no person can take himself out of the game in the way that he left this world, and the mystery about why was he killed. He knew something like that right there. If the man was alive, there'd be no. I mean, the only other thing is if he had someone help him do it. It's the only other thing. Like again, my brain wants to try to like disprove it just because it's the easiest way to come to an answer. But there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. It's just how whatever reasons surrounding whatever knowledge that he had that he was killed for, that has never been explored to my satisfaction either. It's just, there's so many more loose ends in New Mexico that again, fucking New Mexico, that's where, I can't even remember. It's the first place that Bob Lazar was working, right? Where he built the
Yeah.
rocket car. That's New
Yeah,
Mexico, isn't it?
Los Alamos Laboratories.
Exactly. Los Alamos. I was thinking Alamo Gordo. That's why I was wrong. I was like, but yeah, Los Alamos. That's what. All of that is in New Mexico, right?
Yep.
Like, and not just that, but have you ever been through New Mexico?
I have.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as far as desert and the fact that, how much, like, every time you get anywhere, it's like, oh, showing up on another reservation. There was something about this land that was so impressive that lots of different cultures have lived in this place. That's where we find the footprints in white sand, New Mexico. The footprints from 20,000 fucking years ago. Humans walking next to woolly mammoths trying to fucking escape or migrating, and like the footprints stuck in the sand. New Mexico is one of the most mysterious fucking places in the entire world. Honestly.
I agree with you. It's fascinating. I mean, with its connection to Roswell and the crash of Corona, and its connection to the Manhattan Project and Trinity site, and its connection to one of the weird things. It's just a weird statistic about the state.
Exactly.
The state has more PhDs per capita than any other state. It's extremely well educated because of Los Alamos Laboratories, and the secrecy of Los Alamos Laboratories. Like I've read, I mean, I've looked at it on Google Earth and Google Maps and such. One of the things that like fascinates me as much as these secret bases are how you get into them. How do you get into these secret bases? And um, at least Los Alamos, I mean, it has like its normal way to get in, but then I've read that or heard that there's like a secret way to get in through the McDonald's in like Albuquerque or something like that. That like basically you can just park your car just to look like a normal person, very similar to the Janet flights that go out of McCarran or Harry Reid or whatever. And the fact that like every single day that people have to go into work to these things, and they have to do it secretly.
Like the Imperial Palace story, right?
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Just like that Imperial Palace story, which I believe also, I could be wrong, but Bellagio has become the new underground um, underground entrance for that, and because Imperial Palace, to my knowledge, is no longer there. But welcome, welcome. How are you guys?
Welcome. It's happening.
Living the dream, dog. How are you, Mr. Chuck? How you doing? Call me.
I'm doing good.
Excellent. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Not much. Just been reading into these UFOs, these drones.
Yeah, isn't it wild?
Yeah, Jersey ones.
Yeah, every single thing.
Do you reckon I buy this skin? Can you watch my stream real quick?
Okay, let's see.
Do you reckon I buy this? Think you ought not to.
It looks pretty cool. Is that in Fortnite?
Yeah, that's in Fortnite. That's in Fortnite.
I mean, it's just like a white.
Well, what do I buy? Like one of these Ninja Turtles or some shit?
Ninja Turtles.
Turtle for sure.
Ninja Turtles for sure.
Raphael's the man. Anyone with an anger?
Yeah, I think
Raphael's got the anger issues. You want to take a man like that in a battle?
If you want to have fun, though, you want to party with Michelangelo. But Raphael's a great pick. Go with Raphael.
It's true. You reckon?
I do reckon.
Might have to put some money on the account. Oh, what do I get Martin Splinter? you know what? That might be the OP move. You reckon? I've been known to reckon.
Those are all very
I
good
reckon
picks.
you get messy, bro.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Is missing the method?
Yeah.
Dog. Okay, so if you're comparing, like, the sweatshirt guy is cool, but not anything, not even the same level as the Ninja Turtles. So I think
Bro,
you're
back with that.
Yeah.
now. Do they?
Or do I get Snoop Dogg?
Yeah.
Oh,
Snoop's cool
That
as
is it, dog.
Snoop's cool as fuck, but he's overplayed currently. He's everywhere.
oh
Yeah, I back that. I back that.
yeah. Yo, what's the opposite of fucko? Like what?
I don't know, but can we continue with these UFOs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, if you say fucko, it means like, hell yeah, I agree with you. What's the opposite of fucko? Is it
I don't know. Fuck you.
That's what I figured.
Basically that.
No, that's always one of those things where it's like, it's not like
Wait, Rabbi,
a dichotomy.
do you reckon you could message Fortnite and ask them to like release an alien skin with a UFO glider?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
not gonna be on me, dog. But I would endorse anybody who did.
Or
I feel like that'd be cool as shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. I'm sure you can find
Yeah.
I'm sure you can find an alien in there somewhere.
If there's no alien in there, then Fortnite's dropping the ball.
Yeah, go down. I
There's a UFO glider there.
I just saw an alien in there. Not there. Go to the back, the previous page.
Oh, wait, hold on.
You're good. Is that not? Yeah, it didn't look like that though. It looked like an alien gray, but it was green.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going down.
Oh, wait, so do you reckon he was digging in them or what? That means. Was he getting dug in? It's a good one. I don't know. What are you talking about? Can you digging in aliens?
Can you scroll down more?
Can you go? Yeah, can we talk about these? Mr. Shop?
Sure, we can talk about
Can we
aliens.
talk about these drones?
Sure. What would you like to discuss?
I don't know. I've seen it. It looks pretty cool.
Oh, do I get in the Christmas theme and buy gingerbread somewhere?
No, it's holiday. It's seasonal.
It's not real.
It's seasonal. You won't want that in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they'll go out of fashion.
Okay, that guy. Hold on. Go back up. What is that guy? Up. That guy. What is that? Is that not an alien-looking guy?
Yeah, bro.
This guy's
an
an
alien.
alien. Wait, hold on.
Where did I go? I think he's getting yelled at. Where's gone?
It looked a little bit like an alien.
Let's
So-
have a look.
So if you'd like to talk about the drones that are on,
It looks like that alien Rabbi that you were showing us ages ago in that video.
yes, it does. That's what caught my eye.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's
It's an alien.
Human build. I like
Have
that.
you seen any of these drones yourself, Rabbi? Or
No, they've been at Temecula, which is close, but not. I've looked, but I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary.
you should do some drone sighting and just go out and sit out there for a bit.
Okay. Well, I have seen really what's being published throughout the United States, and I've watched basically every press briefing that they have. And I mean, here's what the press briefings are. I would be like, hey, let's watch a bunch of press briefings, but they all say the same thing. Just one moment. They're all just like this. Okay, so here's Senator Blumenthal.
Oh.
So I mean, that's a sitting senator. Here's, I don't know. This is from like Fox News.
Yeah. Oh shit.
That's weird. You can't tell me the government doesn't
Oh,
what's
yeah?
going on here. And the fact they will not brief us, they will not level us with us, they won't answer questions in public, there's something really strange.
So, Senator, what I think you're saying is that Rosie could be right. They could be aliens.
And anything is possible. But
Rosie could be right. The way the news fucking goes is insane.
It's garbage.
Not ever forget that this administration allowed a Chinese
Yeah.
to fly across the entire continent.
Someone says drinking water is good, and it's like, oh, so what you're saying is that who drinks milk should be executed. Like, no, I didn't say that at all. No, we're there, you guys go.
You can't tell me the government doesn't know what's going on here, and the fact they will not brief us, they will not level us with us, they won't answer questions.
Some wild shit, man. I didn't know that was going on in Temecula too, actually.
This is the one that I saw recently that was just like, here's the Pentagon. This guy just fucking deflects everything. Oh, this is an entire briefing. We don't know that. It's too long.
The FBI and Homeland Security are now deploying technology to help solve the drone mystery over the Northeast.
But the TLDR is nobody knows what's going on.
We don't know, but there's no reason to worry. How do you know?
The way they explain that every fucking time, you don't know. You don't know anything, but what you're sure of is that it's fine.
Unidentified aerial projectiles back in 2023. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. John Kirby this morning from the Biden administration spoke to our George Stephanopoulos on Good Morning America. Here's what he had to say about the drones before we get started with our conversation. There are a million drones registered with the FAA here in the United States, and thousands upon thousands fly in our skies legally and lawfully every single day, doing all kinds of good things for the public good. These drones, these aircraft are operating the way the FAA requires them to operate in U.S. airspace so that they can be observable and to fly safely. We are on this, we're working it hard. There's no national security threat we're seeing at this time, no threat to public safety. Kirby says the government is being honest and transparent. Now, in your testimony last year, you accused the government of knowing more than is shared publicly about unidentified objects. What do you make of Admiral Kirby's comments this morning? Well, with all due respect to Admiral Kirby, his accounting of the situation on the ground doesn't match that of his base commanders who are having multiple incursions from New Jersey, Massachusetts, and all the way to Ohio and now Utah. So his own soldiers are reporting these events. They are shutting down both public and military bases due to the concern that they are posing. And I think that they are not being honest with exactly what the circumstances of these objects or these drones are. And Ryan, last year you told Congress UAPs are in our airspace. We're confident about that, and you said they're also grossly underreported. The FBI has received about 5,000 tips about these drones. That's a lot. As you see these reports throughout the Northeast, what is your reaction? Well, my reaction is why weren't we prepared for this? As you stated, I've been talking publicly for a number of years now about just how common these occurrences are, how they do appear to be operating within our military training ranges, and how commercial pilots are becoming very accustomed to seeing these objects that they can't explain. Now, these base incursions that have occurred over New Jersey and elsewhere, this is an isolated incident. This has been occurring for multiple years during the same period of time, going back over 3 years now. So I would pose to Admiral Kirby, why is this just an issue that's popping up now if these drones are so common?
Yeah, I don't know. Where'd those guys go?
They run in and out. They just I don't know. I don't reckon. They say reckon.
I don't reckon.
Like-
they say reckon
like
so much,
cowboys.
I know that they're yeah. Well, I know that they use reckon in Australia, but nobody uses it that much. Like I feel like they just find reckon to be funny, and they're trying to get you to say it.
Yeah, that could be. I'll say it. I mean, it. But yeah,
Which, I mean,
they say it like
far off. I don't know why they say it. They say it way more than I've ever heard anyone say it.
I agree. They change it to the word think to reckon. Do you think? Do you think these aliens are real? Do you reckon these aliens are real? And it's almost become
they never say think.
yeah. It's almost like they've replaced the word
I
think.
feel like if they were speaking completely casually, that they would be using an intermix of both of those words. They don't use any synonyms.
I agree.
So when it comes to like writing prose, you know how it's like you don't want to use the same adjective. You don't want to say, oh, that's such a beautiful car and such a beautiful bouquet of roses. You're such a beautiful girl. You want to say gorgeous and and alluring. You'd want to use different. If you were making a paragraph, you wouldn't want to like flood it with the same exact word over and over. It's bad prose.
Right. I mean, so long as they're not mean.
Oh no, I'm not trying to be a dick by any means. I was just like, I want.
Yeah, it's very borderline to just. Are you trolling me with the word that you keep using repeatedly?
It's a weird. It's either like the weirdest troll ever, or which again, it makes it funny because it almost seems innocent in a way. It's like if they just want you to say reckon.
Yeah.
But my brain is always looking for mysteries, and so obviously this is the newest one to pop up. Who's that? Like a dog. I hear a noise outside, and I start barking.
There you go. So I would love to be like, hey, let's watch what the government says on it, but it's the same shit. It's just, yes, we know what they are. No, we don't know what they are. There's no reason to worry. It reminds me, frankly, of that propaganda that was used during World War II in Britain during the Battle of Britain, where it was keep calm and carry on, and it's just like, what the fuck? You're bombing our city. What do you mean keep calm and carry on? It's just like that's just what they want people to do, and don't ask questions. Who has it? Oh, do you know the comedian? I'm sure you do. Oh, how am I forgetting this comedian? Just a moment. He's like one of the greats. He's very underrated, and his name escapes me right now. He's from Austin, Texas, or in that area.
Not that from Austin, Texas now. I can't tell, man. I'm sorry.
He died of cancer. Just a moment.
Oh.
The comedian. He had an HBO special.
Oh. Yes, HBO special. I know exactly what you're talking about. He was in The Mask. He was in The Mask with his last name is like Jenny. Richard Jenny.
No. Richard Jenny. I know who that is. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Are you talking about the bald guy? The bald guy?
No, not bald. He's not bald.
The guy.
No.
I think I know who you're talking about.
No. It's interesting. It's another one of these names. Bill Hicks. Do you know who?
Oh shit, Bill Hicks.
Do you know who Bill Hicks is?
Yeah, I've heard of Alex Jones. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Okay. So you know that whole thing. Yeah. So there's this Bill Hicks bit where I think it's when he's talking about killing Kennedy or something like that, and he does this thing with the microphone where he's like, "There's no need to panic. Everyone go back to your homes and continue to consume." Like basically that's what I feel like is being told to us right now. Bill Hicks is one of the great comedians of all time, and I did not know. So Dennis Leary basically came and I did not know, but stole Bill Hicks's app, and that's why Dennis Leary has. Do you know who Dennis Leary is?
Yeah, I definitely know that a lot of people didn't really like him because I'm an asshole.
Yeah, and but he even had the album. The name of his album, one of his um comedy albums was No Cure for Cancer, which is basically like a shot at Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks had a joke that he'd say, yeah, I stole from Dennis Leary, except I'm so talented that I went back in time and did it before he did. Basically, like, he stole my shit. And as I was dying, he took my stuff and he knew that nobody would be able to, or very few people would connect it to. But ever since Dennis Leary, he had his, like, I did not know this. And so I would say around, like, when Dennis Leary is at his peak, I think is at his peak around the years like 2005 to 2010. He had a show on FX, like, whatever the fire department one was. And,
But he used comedy to break into being an actor.
yeah, yeah. But he no longer is seen as a relevant anything anymore. I mean,
No, he's not. He really isn't.
yeah,
Why would it, and he did to himself by being an asshole.
yeah, exactly. And he had some really good bits, but it was like the other comedians did not like him, and that's okay. I mean, it happens with comedians. I mean, basically, Joe Rogan has taken over the comedy sphere. That if you're not in line with Joe Rogan, you're an outsider. And he's got his posse basically, and Joe Rogan does not like people stealing other people's bits, and I get that. I get that. I 100% get that. But I think we're at a time, and I think if there was like an event that happened where you could say, look, we're missing out on some really good old bits. And because people are afraid to reuse old material of other people, they consider it theft, comedy theft. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, here's a Lenny Bruce bit that I'm going to do. Shout out to Lenny Bruce. I hope I do it justice. And then they just fucking do it. I think, and you will make people fucking laugh and you'll give credit where credit's due. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And people may be saying, oh, you're just parroting what someone did 70 years ago. Well, guess what? No one's going to fucking hear this comedy anymore. If nobody's going to go and listen to it like an old Lenny Bruce track. Like he has just some zingers that still work today. And if you give the comedian credit, I don't feel there's anything wrong with it. It's almost like playing a cover of a band. So a band playing a cover. If you go out and say, or like people know, like, hey, this is a song by the Beatles or song by the Rolling Stones or a song by whomever, Cher or the Madonna or whatever, so long as people know, I don't think there's any issue with it, especially if the people are dead. But I get it. It all gets into estates and people's, families who are basically used like still have royalties on this stuff. But to me, I feel like you can breathe new life into a lot of this comedy, and so long as you give people credit, and there's nothing wrong with that, in my
I mean,
opinion.
I'll say I think that at the same time there are bits that should be done purposely because they won't be done. How do I put it? A lot of comedy is also it's also localized within that place and time. Like
Definitely.
I'm going to be honest. Is Abbott and Costello's Who's on First? It is. It's funny. It's a chuckle, but it's not a knee slapper. It's not President fucking whatever. He asked Abbott and Costello to come do Who's on First for him. He already knew Who's on First. He thought it was so funny. He asked them to do it 3 times in a row, and he laughed each time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be able to go up and sing. What is it, that guy on TV? He sang Camp Granada, right?
Yeah.
Hello, Fada. Hello,
Hello.
Fada.
Yeah, exactly.
Here
Hello,
I am
Fada.
at Camp Granada.
Hello,
Like,
Fada. Here I am.
people were roaring in their seats. Here I am
Yeah.
at Camp Granada. Yeah.
Exactly.
Dude, people were roaring. They were laughing. That was the funniest fucking song they'd ever fucking heard.
Right.
Like,
and a lot of that
it's
is
not anymore.
Catskills,
I think that that's a
Borscht
piece of
Belt.
history that should be. Like, I agree with you. I think that there should be people who are like performing Camp Granada. Like, they go around, they do like an old comedy routine where it's almost vaudevillian. You get two guys acting like, Abbott and Costello. Then you can have someone come out and sing Camp Granada, right? You know what I mean? Like, these people are not writing their own material, but they're performing in like a vaudevillian type of way. Is how I would see it.
At a certain point, then they become actors.
Play.
Yeah, or a play.
And then it's an act.
I think,
which is exactly what it was back then. It was much more of an act, much more of a play. Comedy's different today. It's all about
being edgy.
What's going on in the news. And
Yeah.
Edgy.
Well, and I just don't feel that it has to be. I think that
it doesn't have to be.
I think that if you had, they wouldn't do it because they would think that they were being hacks. But I think it would be actually quite intelligent and highbrow to, if somebody were like, "Hey, we're gonna do Abbott and Costello's Who's on 1st, and we're gonna perform it," and people, I think, would fucking love it actually because they would know the references. Baseball's still relevant, and so they would get all that, and then they get to see their people who they admire on stage doing it. Yes, but if you're up there making jokes about the Cuban Missile Crisis that aren't relevant anymore, then I don't think that is so it's gonna have such good reactions. I mean, Joe Rogan's done this thing, and I've just watched so much Joe Rogan that I'll give the example he gives of Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce was like he was jailed for free speech and what for breaking like modesty laws and things, and it's really right, but he still has something that is very like he still has some jokes that work. Some of them don't, but some of them do. He's got this one. I mean, I guess it works. I think it's still funny, and I think people today would still think it's funny. Is like basically, I'm not even going to do it justice, but so you make being gay illegal, right? Well, I guess it's not illegal nowadays, but you could say like back in the day they used to make being gay illegal. So let me get this straight: you're going to take a guy who likes to fuck other guys and put him in a place with only guys. What are you doing here? I mean, isn't this like a right? And that could get some, that I feel as if you give credit to anyone, it's almost like when you're writing a book and you reference something and you put it in the bibliography. Or the works cited, if you reference something like hey, I'm going to do the 7 things that you can't say on television in as like a shout out to George Carlin, and then you do it and you can do it well, people will fucking howl. People would love that. Why? Because that takes creativity. Number one, you're having to memorize something. 2, you're having to actually like deliver punchlines and everything. And 3, people haven't heard it in 50 years. So that's exciting to them, I feel. Exactly. And you could put your own take on it, where you could be like, and you still can't say these things on television 50 years later. Isn't that something that you can say? You can watch somebody get beheaded on the internet 100 times. They will put that in your algorithm. They'll put that in your feed. Yet you can't say tits on television. Like, that's ridiculous. And I don't know. I mean, there are ways to put a modern twist on it, but the thing is, if people don't do this, then nobody's going to go back and watch old George Carlin unless they're really a comedic historian almost, or Lenny Bruce, or Joan Rivers. I mean, they just won't. And comedy today is so um, everybody wants to be edgy. I just think it's far too racial, and people just play on stereotypes. And to me, that's not really funny. It's like we all know what all the stereotypes are already. So, that's like let's move on from that. Like I watched Kill Tony, and I watched it last night, and it's just I I realized that it's not. I don't want to say it's not funny. It is funny. Some aspects of it are funny, but it's the same shit. It's like pretty poor comedians who go up and do their minute, and then they just interview them and shit on them and do all kinds of other things. And I feel as if there's it's really hard to be funny in just 1 minute to just come up with banger after banger after banger. If that's what you're gonna have to do, then that's what you have to do. But I don't know. There's something to me about the nostalgia, like you use the word, of comedy of yesteryear. But what ends up happening is if you're really good, then it becomes the Dice Man, where the audience is doing the bit alongside you. And I think that's actually the best it can be when you are so fucking loved that they know what you're gonna fucking say, and they don't give a shit. They want to participate. Okay, I mean that's cool. I mean, like at that point, then you're as big as they're gonna ever gonna fucking be. If you're doing
something is what going to the concert is. You already own your album. You have that song in your house. You can listen to it as a speakers, but if you don't go to the show, you can experience each
right.
performing it.
I just want to give you a heads up. I just want to give you a heads up. In the last, like, I don't know, 10 minutes, you went from normal sounding to extremely muffled.
Really? Okay.
Oh, now you're perfect. Now you're perfect. Now you're perfect. Yeah.
Then I guess the microphone slipped out. So for some reason, I don't think that the only microphone that's working is when I use it through. Let me try to use the one. I'm gonna switch over. And
go for it.
Just I'm gonna be talking the whole time, and if it cuts out, you'll just say something that I'm not. You can hear me.
Yeah. Okay. Start talking. Start talking if you can.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yeah, you're much clearer now.
Do you hear me?
Yep, you're much clearer now.
The microphone built into my laptop doesn't seem to want to pick up, so I have the Bluetooth to my phone right now. I use the microphone on my phone. It's
oh, I don't want you to have to do that. I don't want you to have to do that. Let's see if we can troubleshoot your laptop computer. Maybe it was just blocked. Was there anything in the way?
I switched to that. You still hear me, right?
Oh yeah, it's really good now.
Oh, is it even better now?
Yeah, I would say so.
Weird. Interesting. I took that off night mode, but that's just night mode. Now, I go into here and I go back into settings. See, I keep forgetting. I try to figure out what's going on with the microphone. Let's see. Is there a test on here or something?
Yeah, there is. It's you go to voice and video, and then there's a
my voice control tutorials. I'm on a Mac right now.
Oh, okay, that could be different then.
Yeah. I see this file. First control. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, no, it's not an issue, because that means I can actually walk away from the computer for a second too and still hear you.
I understand, but
or and still talk to you as well.
But your phone's gonna die, or it's got a battery and everything. If you can you try it from your computer? Just try it from your computer again.
That's what I. Let's see. So I go in here and then I'll switch it to this. really weird.
Uh, Is that your computer?
Nope, this is my. I switched it and you didn't hear me, so I
No.
switched back. I was asking you questions.
Okay. Well, it should. Okay, so then let's figure it out, or if you want. But I mean, basically, it's the easiest if it's on your computer. So go back to your computer and
Mhm.
ask me questions and play around with the settings.
Okay, I'm just switching around.
If anything, close Discord and reopen it. And I'm sure you know this, but when you're talking, it goes green around your rectangle. So you'll be able to know if other people could hear you or if it's picking up your mic. If you're talking, I can't hear you, but I do have a suggestion where, at least on my computer, where you, like at the bottom, where you can turn on your camera and do an activity and share your screen. And okay, now I can hear you.
Yeah, I switched it back. So yeah, I hear with those buttons, I have all these different inputs that default, or I can purposely select that same microphone which is set to default. I have a few other options that I'm not using. Like I have an internal cable that I'm not even using it. So I tried it with other places on another app as well. It doesn't. My microphone wants to work anywhere. So the microphone may be busted in this computer.
It was just working though, like less than 10 minutes ago.
That wasn't not the computer. The microphone hasn't been working for the computer for like I don't know. I haven't really talked to anybody, but maybe a couple of days ago, I had a chat with a friend and I had to do this. And I don't know, maybe a week ago actually. It might be as long as a week.
Okay. If I may ask, so what are the options you get when you press that little button for input device?
Default,
Excellent.
which is the built-in microphone.
Right.
Computer.
What happens when you use that?
Nothing. Nobody hears me.
Okay.
No input. My icon doesn't light up to show sound input.
If I may ask, when's the last time you restarted your computer?
Today even. I do it pretty often.
Okay.
Honestly. But I would do it again if you think. Maybe yesterday, honestly, but usually every day.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best thing to do is just then we know that we're working with everything new. So do it. I'm a patient man, as you know, and I'll be right here.
All right, I'll be right back.
Excellent.
Copy that.
Excellent. Shout out to Caspian Z for working through this. Shout out to Rabbi for having to take a whiz.
think though? Yeah, whatever. There's no vehicles in these things. Like, there's no jets. There's everything. There's no jets. I've never seen any jets. And they'll come out in the future. It's a new game. Okay, so it doesn't have fucking jets. Modern Warfare is that, dude. But there's no fucking air vehicles at all. And they're choppers. Okay. They suck. So much control. This Brim guy is fucking cheating. Fuck, dude. I mean, that's what you're on your team. You can't do. No, you got wall hacks for sure. He's definitely hacking. Because walking, like, he killed me, and I was watching him, like, he went around, and he knew exactly where Brim was. So Brim is cheating with 56 kills, but Richard on your team with 80 fucking kills is not good. He's my change. Yeah, everyone's fucking. No, but if they're in middle school, it makes sense. They're not cheating. I think if you got more 50 kills right now, like, yeah, people like they're like sneaking behind and killing everybody. Like, oh, that's right. Fucking way.
Hey everybody, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Just wanted to let you know it's a privilege to be here and hope everybody's having a good day.
No fucking way. Bro, you just ruined my day. First, you have the balls and have any. You just ruined my day, you piece of shit. Bro, that was an actual rabbi, bro. How did you get catch this week? Shalom.
Shalom, my friend.
Yeah, shalom. A lot of nerve going on here. He's not a real Muslim. He's eating pork, bro. Get him out of here, bro. He's Jewish. Fucking Jewish. You're down the phone. Bro, hey, this guy's streaming us. And like, how's it the shill? Because if you click on his bio, he's advertising that little thing that he said about introducing his name. Hey, hold on for a second. This guy's streaming us on YouTube. It's Rabbi Rothschild guy. Yeah.
Hey, I didn't mean to cause any issues. I'll leave. I just was introducing myself. Hope everybody has a good day. There he is.
Okay,
You sound really good right now.
bro. I didn't even. This doesn't make any sense. I swear, I reset it this morning. So what I did, all I did is before I came into Discord, I opened up the system preferences, and I went back into microphone, and I checked on the internal microphone. And this time, before I even came to Discord, I'm looking at it, and the input level is actually moving. And I'm like, what in the actual fuck, dude? You ever have one of those moments where you're absolutely sure that you restarted your computer earlier this morning, but you also know that if your friend didn't tell you to do the most obvious thing, but it wasn't resetting. I just had to be humbled by the universe. I had to have my friend Rabbi tell me to restart my computer. And I had to have the humility not to say, I already did that.
Right, exactly. No, it happens, man. I do that with my.
It's like, I feel like it has nothing to do with the goddamn technology, because I swear I have already reset my computer like 5 times. Just turn off. All right, well, let me make one correction. This is the first time I clicked shut down, and then I waited a couple minutes.
Okay.
I have hit the restart. And
yeah.
This is the first time that I actually did a full shutdown, not restart. But I never restart and open up all previous windows. I never do that. I never allow it to open up everything I previously had, because that will include settings. So whatever, I fixed it. Ooh, that you fixed it.
Hey, it worked. Hey, I made
to the rescue again.
my own little mistake. So remember, I was like, these Wall Street bets guys, they won't let me in. Well, they hate me. There's no doubt about that. But they got this stupid captcha that you have to do. Like if you join the Discord server, you have to do a captcha. But it's not real obvious that you'd have to do the captcha. And if you don't do the captcha within like 10 minutes, you get kicked out. So it makes you think that I get banned so much that I think that these are banned. But anyway, so I went in and I was like, hey guys, I just want to introduce myself. Literally the words I said, you can watch them if you want. Hey everybody, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I just am introducing myself. I hope everybody has a good day. And they come in with, that just made my day shitty and fuck you and all this other stuff. So then they start clicking on my shit and they're like, hey, you're streaming us and everything. And I come back in and I'm like, hey, I didn't mean to cause any issues here. I just introduced myself and I just hope everybody has a good day. But like basically it's almost like I'm just hitting a fucking hornet's nest with a broomstick, and you know it's whatever. I am tempted to just start streaming in there with them muted and see what happens. I don't really feel like I'm gonna see what happens. I mean, what else is there to do, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna leave. Karaoke. Shout out to all the people in karaoke. You guys are amazing and very, very kind. Wow, the second I went in, let's see if this is right. If they booted me. Well, let's see how long this lasts. I bet it doesn't last very long, but we'll see. All right, so your computer works now, right?
Yeah.
It sounds really, really good. Meaning, like, whatever microphone you're using sounds better than any other one that I've ever heard with you. All right, so
say that one more time.
The microphone you're using now sounds better than any of the other previous ones that you've ever used. It sounds really good.
From not working at all
to better than any of them.
One,
yeah, way better.
Like it was gonna be very annoying if you didn't keep working.
Oh, dude, I just long term for you to have to go to your phone. That just too much on the batteries and everything.
It's actually it's not that bad. I actually do switch back and forth like pretty often anyway. Like if I'm gonna like walk around and I have like headphones on or something, I'll switch so that I can still hear and I'll walk around the house or something. So, but yeah, no, it definitely it's more advantageous to have it. I have a fucking computer. I'd rather it be this way. So
yeah, definitely.
Fucking weird.
All right, I'm gonna give myself 10 minutes of these guys. I don't even know if they'll tolerate me for 10 minutes, but we'll see. People are just so mean on the internet. No one would be that mean to you if you walk, even like literally if I walked into a Starbucks or a coffee bean and tea leaf and just went, hey everybody, I just want you to know that what my name is and I hope you're all having a good day. They'd all be like, oh, thanks. That's really nice of you. I mean, some people would be like, dude, you fucking interrupted me or whatever. But no one would be like, fuck you, you made my fucking day worse. Like, no one would ever do that because then everybody else in the cafe would be like, dude, you're such a dick. This person just introduced themselves and just waved and were nice and they're not bothering us anymore. What the fuck is your problem? Anyway, but on the internet, people have the anonymity and they're just able to shit on you, and it's really sad. I yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know. They're gonna get me for something. I don't know what it is. I'm ready for it. There are a lot of people in here though, so that's good. But literally, all I did was just introduce myself. They're like, "Fuck you, fuck you." Now I understand if they're like, "Hey, you're streaming us talking," but I'm not doing it. I'm completely mute, like deafened right now, and I get that. It's kind of one of these things that I feel like, look, dude, if you're on the internet and the platform says that it's a public platform, then at any given time you have to think that somebody may be streaming whatever it is. But I get it too that some people still think that they have privacy on the internet. And so, at least with these people, that the thing that's allowed me to be able to sing karaoke with these people is I've been using headphones. So when I sing or when they sing, I just have headphones in so I know when it's my turn, and then I sing. And then if they ever look at my streams, they recognize that, hey, he's not streaming what we're saying, and I get that, but I almost think that it's like, what are you doing? What are you saying that you don't want, I don't know, the whole world to hear? I get it. There are some things, but it's like, well, then you shouldn't be saying it if you think it's so, if you think it's so bad. I mean, like, if you're letting cuss words or whatever, like,
Yeah, exactly.
like, and there's also an argument I think that can be made, a very, very, very good argument, to say that microphones are everywhere in society. We talked about this, those gunshot microphones that can hear like very, very, very well. So at any given time, like, you can't be off mic. Everything everywhere is being picked up. So to me, it just depends on how good your technology is. Uh, but anyway, with that being said, I haven't been kicked out yet, which is a wonder. It's an absolute wonder. I'm really shocked that they just didn't come after me, but that's cool. I mean, I'll just I'm gonna I'm gonna stream um C-SPAN, or not C-SPAN, CNBC. Just one moment,
Okay.
because that's like a thing that I could do. I feel like that helps their community. Or Bloomberg. Actually, I always stream Bloomberg. Let me go to it, and I have to be quick because they're gonna be like, "Why the fuck is this motherfucker here?" Do you ever use Discord and it just randomly goes gray and has to load just randomly while using it?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Who built software like this?
It's a super heavy program.
I know.
Honestly, it's getting heavier and heavier every fucking day. It's got the same issues as Chrome. What you were saying about Chrome, Discord has the same issues.
Right. Yeah.
It's just so fucking heavy. What the fuck are they doing with all of like the I can't even think of the word bandwidth they're using on our computers? You know what I mean?
Right. And the RAM,
Exactly.
it's incredible to me that they build this software. Well, I don't blame them as much as I blame the hardware makers as well, because we're not seeing the types of improvements we need. Hardware makers know that these programs are getting heavier and heavier and larger, yet they don't give you as much RAM and they don't give you as much storage space. And I don't know, just to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But
Yeah.
I um I'm gonna actually shut off my camera in here, and just because when I turn my camera on, I become the fucking show, and then I'm an easy target. But if I just go in there and just stream Bloomberg without my camera going, then it's like, okay, well, this guy's just streaming fucking financial information. This is Wall Street Bets. This is exactly what you should be doing in here. You literally shouldn't be in here talking about how much weed you smoke and how many chicks you banged. I mean, that's all cool. I'm cool. If you want to talk about that, I'll listen. That's fine. But this is really about, and these guys are in here playing video games. It's like you're not even in finance. Like, if you're really into finance, you are watching Bloomberg all the time, and CNBC and Fox Business, and you're watching tickers, and that's what you should be doing. So I feel like where I run into a lot of issues is where I just leave my camera on and fall asleep, and then it's very easy for someone to just be like, "Oh, I'm going to ban this guy." Why? Because he's asleep in here, and even though it doesn't say you can't sleep on cam, it's just a weird thing to do. So I'm going to get rid of him. But if I go in here and just have my mic off, I'm deafened, and I just stream Bloomberg Business, that's got a chance. That's got a chance. I'm not saying it's a great chance, but it's got a chance. So we'll see how that goes. I did this in another Discord. I'll never forget. I was in this one Discord. So there are three big Wall Street Bets. Um, uh, there are three big Wall Street Bets Discords, and I was in one of them. And I'll never forget. I was streaming Bloomberg, and I was just sitting in bed streaming Bloomberg. And this guy, this fucking British guy, comes in. Nothing against British people, but fuck this guy. And he's like, I don't think that why do I have to watch you when I do this? And then all of a sudden I was banned. And I remember just thinking like, Doug, I've been doing this for multiple days. Nobody had an issue with it. And this one person comes in and just like, oh, I don't like this bot. And I just think that frankly it's too much power that we give to people. I another
You're absolutely right, it's given.
Exactly. But so but when I did that, I did it in another Discord. It was a different one than this one, this Wall Street Bets one. I really think that this has a good chance. Now, I'll say this now, and within like 10 minutes, I'll be banned. But if I like, do I get banned? Advertising is the big one. And to me, it's like, why have a profile then if I can't tell you about myself? I mean, that's what it's for. But nevertheless, people just are like, oh, that's advertising. Okay. And even still, what's so bad with advertising? I mean, I don't get it. But I get banned for that. That's the big one. When at least people will tell me a reason. Then I get banned for self-promotion, advertising. VC farming, whatever the fuck that is. But in this case, if I just leave my camera off so I don't make the show about me, and then I'm just live streaming Bloomberg, we'll see how it goes. I'm not saying it's definitely going to work, but if anything, it makes people want to click my profile and they'll be like, well, what the fuck is going on here? And that's all I want them to do is just look at my shit. And I mean, I don't, if you can't put links about yourself and your Discord and stuff in your profile, then for what is a profile? What do you want me to say? I see people, this happened to me the other day. This one guy, I was in a Discord. Which one was it? It was a good one. Oh, it was Memeology, which has 600,000 people in it. And one thing with one thing with Memeology, in order to stream your camera, you have to do a lot of chatting. A lot of chatting. I mean, 24/7 chatting for 2 days or so. And nobody's got time for that unless you're putting in years with a server. I don't have time for that. So what I did is I went to the AFK area where you could type in the chat, and I just put the Z's of that Z emoji. And one of the times I got caught for spamming emojis when I was like a level 8, and you had to get to level 20. But I took a few days off and I did it again, and I got to level 20. Okay. So then I was able to stream, which was like I was happy about, but it wasn't like I felt that this had a really great chance, just because I've just had my heart broken so many different times where I think, oh, these guys are going to let me stream in there, and then all of a sudden they don't. So I start streaming. I was streamed in there for 2 days, and then all of a sudden, just one moment, I think I got a message from these people. VC chat. And here's the thing, I have to answer these fucking pretty quickly, or people will have issues with me. Oh, they took a picture of me. That's amazing. Thank you. And they say, stop playing victim. Okay, I don't know what that means, but that's cool. Anyway, and yeah, it is what it is. Who knows? So with that, you got your computer fixed. That's great.
Yep, it's working now.
That's amazing. So this guy says something really mean to me. I'll let them be. Kill them with kindness. Dude, okay, so I listen to KFI like 24/7, and I have for years now. And I've gotten pretty knowledgeable of who works on their news team and all these other things. They got rid of 50% of the news team there, and they got rid of like their best people. And they're switching all their news to, I don't know, something out of Phoenix. Like Phoenix is going to start writing the news for them, which I just feel is unfortunate because, I mean, number one, it's 13 people who are out of a job, and number two, it's like not going to be as Southern California centric. Um, but they had people who had worked there 33 years. They got rid of them just with one foul swoop. I just can't believe that they would get rid of so many different people at once. It's really unfortunate. I guess whatever it is to appease the stockholders, though.
Appease the what?
Stockholders.
Yeah, exactly. That's all that they really care about.
I agree.
Oh, man. Are they doing anything in there yet? Are they messing with you?
Yeah, I mean,
Or
I can tell you what this guy said is really, really mean.
wow, yeah.
Super mean. I took a screenshot of it. He says, somebody took a picture of me, and I said, thank you. And that one guy said, stop playing victim. The other guy said, don't ever ping me again, you fucking FGGT, or I'll block you. You're one of the worst, most degenerate RETARDED. Shit toilet bowl posting RETARDS in here. Take your $5 port and shove it up your ass, you fucking short king, coping, fat girl mean, fucking little brainlet Discord mod moron. Clean your room before you ever attempt to lift your eyes up to my gaze. Like, who else gets that kind of shit? Like, isn't that redundant?
Yeah, that's fucking retarded. What the fuck?
Why would you want those people in your Discord? And if so, why would you let them treat other people that way? I don't understand it. I mean, yeah, did they say anything to me? Yeah. That's just really mean. Anyway, I just let it roll off me like water off a duck's back. All right, it's Joe Rogan time. Let's see what Joe Rogan's got to say about these fucking.
Yeah, man. Let's see what he's got going.
No way. Is this that fucking alien guy? Oh, Joe, you're the man, dog. And he had Julian Lennon on? John Lennon's son? Fuck yeah, man. You got some fucking bangers, dog. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
What is the latest in the world of Ryan? Other than the fact you're about to have a child, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What you wanted to talk to me about this drone situation, and I've become very concerned. I don't
don't understand what's going on.
Can you hear it?
Different narratives.
Yeah,
Some of them are very
Excellent.
scary. The scariest one that I've heard is that the drones are looking for gamma radiation because there's a missing nuke.
Yeah, let's address that first. Please. So there has been a lot going on. I made a next post about this yesterday to try to assuage some fears. So
I saw it, but I purposely didn't read it. I wanted to get it from you.
yeah. So, I've had the privilege of interacting with a lot of government organizations over the past few years as I've been digging down this rabbit hole. Law enforcement at a federal level, DOD, executive branch, legislative branch, and some of the folks that I've come in contact with, they specifically work on weapons of mass destruction. Okay, so that's their job. So if there's a loose nuke in the United States, among other agencies, they would be some of the people that would be sitting in a skiff for 24 hours a day trying to figure out where it is and to go get it, right? So you can imagine that would be their number one priority, right? So I engaged with these folks. I asked them, what's the sense here? People are kind of starting to panic a little bit, and this message is getting out there more and more broadly. And they assured me that's not the case, that there is not a loose nuke or other type of weapon of mass destruction that these objects, whatever they are pursuing right now. Otherwise, they would be working in a skiff nonstop to make that go away, that problem go away. So, that's part of why I have a high confidence level that this is not a response to the massive imminent, weapons of mass destruction threat on the eastern seaboard. So I just want to try to dispel that rumor right now. I've seen a lot of talk of that online. And I don't, although this is I think a dangerous and scary situation that's going on right now, at least from that particular angle, that's not the indications I'm receiving.
So, how would they persuaded you? Just by saying that's not the case? Or if they give me any information that leads to this conclusion?
They would be the people actively working it, essentially, right? So,
And
they're not working it. Right, so the government is holding back that secret from the direct resources within the government that are responsible for finding these systems, or they're not working the issue because there's an issue there to work.
So the thing that I heard was that it was a missing nuke from Ukraine, and if that was the case, what could they do? Is there any truth to this idea that we have the type of drone capability that we could send these things out, they would search for gamma radiation, and they'd be able to find a nuke?
So there are teams that respond to those types of potential emergencies, typically within the Department of Energy. Having potentially hundreds of drones flying around trying to identify these isn't necessarily the best way. Gamma radiation is typically well shielded in weapons. And at very high altitudes or even moderate altitudes, like we're seeing these objects, it would be pretty difficult to detect them. And the way that NIST, DOE typically operates in this environment is ground-based teams searching for radiation itself. So it's not necessarily consistent with how they would do it to begin with. And then based off of that other information, that's what leads me to believe that's not the case.
Well, that makes me feel good. I'm freaking out this weekend.
I think a lot of people were.
Yeah, I got a couple. Look, it's one of those things, especially in this day and age with social media. There's so many narratives that get spread and retweeted. And I know a guy who's an insider, and he says to get out of the East Coast and head for Nevada, or there's a lot of that shit going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different versions of drones, and this is what's weird. If they weren't ours, if they're not ours, you would think that they could just track them and find out, well, where are they landing, who's got them, how are they being used, is it RFI, like radio frequency, is it some sort of a different technology that's allowing them to pilot these things, like what is it?
Yeah.
They people are tuned into that and figure it out, right? So how come no one's been arrested? How come no one's been caught? How come they haven't, tracked these things down to the source?
Yeah, so there's a lot of good questions there. Let me back up by starting with the fact that this started about 2 years ago, at least. So
Not like this.
a little bit like this.
Really?
So,
In this volume?
not in this volume. That's the differentiator right there. But so Langley Air Force Base, you might be familiar with the fact that they had drone incursions of an unknown type, unknown origin last year. That happened during about a
a 2.5-3 week period right before Christmas. Okay, right where we are now. That also happened the year before over Langley. Unknown objects operating over the base. They couldn't tell where they're going. They were unprepared for them. Same period of time, 2-3 weeks before Christmas. This is year 3, right? And they were expecting them to come again for the 3rd year in a row over Langley. And there was, some effort put forward to be able to better understand these when they came back. And they did come back, but they came back in a much wider swath, right? Now we have them all over New Jersey, all the way up to Massachusetts. And it's hard to tell exactly with the quality of the reporting right now, because it seems to be, the bigger the story gets, the more people are just looking up and seeing anything and pointing it out. But, there are reports from Texas, to Florida, to California, Ohio, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. I mean, it's not just New Jersey itself, it seems. And even the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base was shut down for drone incursions just this last Friday, a couple days ago. So this isn't just a one-off event. It is in the sense that it's so large and so many people are paying attention to it. But this has been occurring for at least 3 years around military bases, and that's nothing to say with the incidents that we were seeing over the Eastern Seaboard and other training ranges that fighter pilots were seeing as they were doing their operations. So I'm a little hesitant to link it to that whole story that we've been having here, this whole conversation, but at least for 3 years this has been occurring. So, kind of getting back to your question, why can't we do more about it? It's a hard problem, I think, for a number of reasons. It's hard, but it's very solvable, right? I think this can be solved. We can solve it. But right now, kind of the word on the street is that these objects appear to be coming from over the ocean. There's senior congressmen, there's Coast Guard personnel, there's law enforcement that are seeing a large number of these come from somewhere over the ocean. I don't know if that means necessarily they're popping out of the water physically, or if they're coming from some unknown location in the water and then proceeding over the coast. I don't know how that relates to Ohio. That's a pretty long trip. They are coming over the ocean. And from the videos I've seen and the conversation I've had, they are detecting these objects through kind of normal mechanisms like radar systems, optical camera systems. They are flying very low. In some cases, they seem to be operating as a group in the vicinity of each other, flying past each other, flying very up close to each other, and then proceeding to do whatever they are that they're doing. It's an unknown right now if they are emitting energy or not. So, like radio communications or their own maybe active sensor systems, it's unknown. I've poked on that front, and best I can tell, the government doesn't know either.
That seems so weird that they don't know that. How would you feel if incognito mode came out with a year-end wrapped list? Would you be proud of that list and post it on social media? Probably not, unless you were smart and used ExpressVPN. See, the problem is that incognito mode doesn't actually keep your browsing history confidential. But with ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity is encrypted and rerouted through secure servers, so your private browsing history is exactly that, private. ExpressVPN doesn't keep logs either. In fact, their server technology makes it so they literally can't keep logs. That's because it runs on volatile RAM memory that never writes to disk. ExpressVPN received hundreds of data requests last year. Can you guess how many resulted in exposed customer data? 0. That's privacy by design.